pull that. Bunketh.
What about like? I mean, you enjoyed Has Been Hotel, did you?
Kind of.
I say that's technically classified as a musical, as an animated musical.
Once again, animated, not
Yeah.
real life.
Yeah, totally different. Yeah, I know.
All right, so
That was pretty good.
apologies for the delay. There's just been a bunch of shenanigans that I've been trying to deal with, and we are here today to do possibly the finale of Siege of Etheria, or at least the first part of it. So, with us, of course, today is our three main players, which I have to swap your avatars over because we're still on the other one. Really wish this was hooked into something else. I didn't have to go through 3 web browsers, but here we are. We're making it happen anyways. So, with us, of course, we have Mr. Rage playing Rage the Aarakocra. We have Mr. Rexus playing Kovral the Dwarven Paladin. And then, of course, we have Mr. Stealth Rage playing the High Elf Monk Finrod. Now, where we left last our adventurers, our heroes, was after a significant change of events, something that rocked them to their core, a little bit of a revelation as they found themselves butting against the inevitable. They found themselves back in Silverthorn Keep after going to Macragge. They had assembled their forces, they had gathered their troops, and they had begun marching on the city of Macragge. Once there, they set up a plan of engagement. They would have their airship overhead, their naval vessels on the side. They would have their paladins go through one gate. They'd have the Warforged go through another. They'd have the entire group of the Broken First break through the southern area. And the plan was concrete. Nothing could really change what had been going on or delay it. The party even decided that as all the ruckus was happening, that being able to break away and try to flank in through the side would be best in case something does pop up. As they broke through the wall, pushing themselves into the area they found themselves among the cupboards and alleyways of Macragge on the southern side of the district as they heard the gates be bashed in by Christian the Titan as well as the paladins. The stomping of boots and footfalls echoing through the empty streets as the party slithered through the back ways, they found an inquisitive scene where as they peeked into houses, they saw that things were just left half-stanced. Food was left on tables. It was rotting at this point. Clothes were dropped where people once stood. It was as if everyone just suddenly stopped and disappeared. And they just push all the way through. Every house, every tavern, every shop looked the same. Just piles of clothes, leftover items, things dropped onto the ground, shattered bowls, plates, vases, weapons laid strewn in the streets. And as they made it to Silverthorn Keep, they saw that the doors were open. And as they opened the door, they saw the same thing here. Piles of clothes kind of all scattered throughout the keep where people once stood. Everything left where it was, simply falling to the ground with gravity. That was, at least, in the front part. Towards the back, where the doors that opened to their bracelets stood, they began to find bodies. They began to find the ruined lives of their friends and compatriots laid across the floor. And as they found themselves getting closer past the hearth they had built in the center of the keep, past the infirmary where they had found nothing now. Just bodies with white sheets covering them. Even on the floor instead of on the gurneys, it just seemed that it was filled during whatever period had occurred. And as they pushed further back, they could unmistakably see the wooden doors slightly ajar, letting in a touch of light from the sloped hills of the slanted keep, peeking ever through as they saw an old man on his knees clutching a small body underneath a white cloth. A single orange-scaled arm just dangling out of it, as you see that his face was strewn with soot and dirt and dried blood, whether it's his own or others. As you can see, lines being cut through it by the tears that he had shed. As he saw the party come forward, you see that he was surrounded by other white cloths draped all over the floor. You could hear the sobbing as you approached, as you recognized it, as the party approached, weapons drawn, as they had believed that he was the reason this all occurred. Even though they had found the writings to indicate otherwise, they were not going to take chances with what could possibly be a confrontation or the inability to balance the scales. As they approached and he met eyes with them, you could hear his sobbing increase. You could see that he tried to control himself as he saw the three of you enter. As broken words exited, he simply spoke of that everything is gone. That he took everything from him. That he thought that if he continued to force him to repeat the cycles, he would eventually gain the goodness he needed to not fall back to his ways. And that now, this old man, this artificer, has now given up. That he has simply stopped. He has simply stopped trying to be the bigger man. Simply stopped trying to be the better one. And as he looked up at the party, his eyes red from tears and hatred, he simply told them that when you find him, to kill him, to end the cycle, to put an end to all things, to make sure that what happened here never happens again. But first things first would be to protect your own. Party questioned this as Thoroughly stood to his feet, placing the body gingerly upon the ground, simply pointing to the piles of clothes laid around. He said, he paused us. He froze us in time for the entire time you were gone. It wasn't until you could be seen from the walls of the city that it began to revert. Over that time, I saw my friends. I saw our compatriots killed over and over again in my mind's eye. But then once you were seen, time started. Everyone who still stood still disappeared without a trace, except those that were already taken by the hands of the Mad King, those who lay here on the ground around me. And now they've been sent upon you. This was a trap. He was waiting for it. He expected you to come back. But now it is your turn to turn the advantage. He thinks you're weak. He thinks that you're insignificant, a blight upon his plans. It's time to show him how much he's truly underestimated you. At that point, the party heard the shouts and cries from the soldiers around the city as they began to call back that there were enemies at the gates. The gates that had been broken, the gates that had been let open by the forces that sieged Macragge. As you could see soldiers running back to formations, turning around and going back towards Gilliman's Wake in the forges, reinforcing the gates as best they could, as you could just hear this hollow horn in the distance ring out across the land, as you could just imagine waves of this black clad armor coming out of the woodlines, coming out of the sea. Just a swarm of warriors and sergeants and chargers, all slowly marching towards the wall of Macragge, fitting to eliminate the final piece of the puzzle that is stopping the Mad King from taking what is his. And that is where we start today, where you all are now in the middle of the actual siege of Macragge, where the forces of the Mad King have surrounded you and have begun marching inward. Those that you have staged at certain gates have continued to stay there. So Christian, the Ballistas, and the Broken First have stayed their way towards Gulliman's Wake at the western gate. You have the Brigaders, Pariahs, and Marines at the southern gate near the forges. The Devils remain at the Baldur's Gate to the north. They have taken to the battlements, at least getting themselves out of the line of direct fire. Of course, the Navy is still established as per normal, and the airship is circling. And so we will bring this to the map screen once I get this cleaned. If my display wants to display, that'd be real cool of you. Should be that one. Aha! Yes. Very good. Monketh. Alright, just get this cut a little bit, 'cause it's still a bit too big. Yeah. All right, so this is where we find ourselves today. So, what do you all wish to do? As you have the pieces on the board, you have an idea of what that you will find, and now it's time to bring forth the plans, the thoughts, the ideas.
How tall is our keep at this point?
Your keep at its tallest is about 35 feet. That's at the very top tower that's kind of on the northern side that where Thurlby used to sit and read. That is the tallest point. The roofs around you kind of vary. And because it's such a tight urban situation, you may not get a lot of vantage points, but it will put you above the deck, so to speak.
Okay, so I guess better question is, what gates can I see? Which entry points can I see and can I not see? Because I'm guessing we still have the 3, right?
Yeah, so the one that you can definitely see is Gulliman's Wake. The one that you'd have problems seeing good details on or any kind of actual movement on is probably the forges because of the buildings kind of in the way, but you can get a direct line of sight to Gilliman's Wake.
Okay, what about Baldur's Gate?
You could probably get at least a decent eye on the structural integrity of it. You wouldn't be able to see if there's things moving through it, but you can tell if it's open or closed.
Okay. Are they all open right now?
The two southern ones are the ones that the Paladins and Christian broke through. Baldur's Gate is closed currently.
Hey, because the patrol didn't break through it.
Yes,
Right.
they just went in through it.
I'm sorry, the Devils.
Yep, they
The
just
Bolt
went
is
through.
the airship. Okay. Do we have any communication with the airship?
You do have the sending stones that were given to you guys when you were spreading out forces between the Navy and the airship. So you still have that as a means of communicating to the airship itself. But if you want to talk with your ground forces, it's going to be runners. Which thankfully most of the forces that have made it to the center with you kind of saw what was going on and already kind of took that step where they've already placed essentially a command line down the streets. So they have connections from you guys to the front gates, so you can kind of know what's happening.
And we still have communications with the naval forces too.
Yes.
So
Yes.
Sending stone as well.
So you guys hear all this happening. You guys kind of take positions to kind of take an eye on things. And you see that the city is completely surrounded. You can see past some of the battlements and through some of the doors, and you can just hear the clacking of armor kind of smacking against itself as it's approaching the gates. You can see these massive shapes moving through the trees. You can clearly see them coming out of the water, like walking up onto land towards the walls, where you can see the Navy has begun to kind of pull away from the shore a bit to try and get its better angles towards the southern gates, as well as kind of cover that side of the city. And it looks terrifying. You're looking at thousands of these insectoid creatures that just surround Macragge in its entirety. And they eventually, the clacking stops, the knocking of armor stops as they sit probably a couple 100 meters from the gates, just in a no man's land around you. And you just hear Thurlby from behind you go, "He's probably going to monologue again. If I know him, which I do, he's probably going to boast." No sooner does he say that, do you see a face of green vapors materialize above the city. That is a exact copy of the Mad King, as he kind of looks down at Silverthorn Keep, directly at where you guys are, and simply just with a booming voice does the very stereotypical villain monologue of, "Aha, I've caught you. You will no longer be a thorn in my side. My forces have you surrounded. There's no way to escape. Blah, blah, blah." Very much stereotypical villain monologue. He thinks he has you against the wall. Thinks he's got the edge up. And is just kind of laughing at you as a ghost image from the sky. You're good, Rexus. Rexus, essentially, Macragge is surrounded. There's thousands of these soldiers and its variants around you. And there's a ghost image of the Mad King kind of floating above the city, looking at the keep, giving you very stereotypical villain monologue. Essentially, it's you guys' turn to either respond or try to figure out a plan. As you see Thurlby's just kind of sitting down in the main floor near the doors. The magic gateway, not the actual doors to the keep, but the gateway.
Well, what?
So I have a little bit of a strategy for this. I want to talk about it before we throw out orders. So what I'm thinking is naval guns focus on the forges. The bolt of Etheria, we need them to shoot out of the walls or away from the walls. Try to cut their numbers down as they're coming in, but don't get close enough to where they destroy the walls either, because we don't need any more entry points. We have Christian, the Ballistas, and Broken First at Gulliman's Wake. I'm not as concerned about that one as I am the Forges and Baldur's Gate. Obviously, our Silverthorn Keep here is Last Stand. Those are my thoughts. Anybody else got anything else?
Basically a Hail Mary I got.
Go for it.
Do have the deck of many things.
Ooh. That could either
That's
save
why I
us
said Hail
or
Mary.
destroy us. Oof. Might have to wait on that one, buddy. That might be like final stand time. Because if we get to that point, then, I mean, we're already dead. I mean, right? Am I right to think that? So, like, when we feel all hope is lost, like, then pull the fucking deck. Pull whatever the hell you want out of the deck.
Oh,
Yeah,
it's
just
all
make sure you
luck of the
shout,
draw.
I believe in the heart of the cards first.
Yeah.
Hey, Burn, do you mind sending me actually like what we have left?
Of
I was
what?
thinking-
Of the deck?
Yeah. Or at least the link, and I know what
Yippers.
card's gone.
Yep. Let me just do Hiya. I'll send this to you real quick so you can take a look at it. This is just the 5e tools page. So it's essentially verbatim. The card you guys have, I believe is the,
Balance,
Balance.
I believe, is the card that was
Balance
drawn
was the
already.
one that, God, I can't remember. Nosh, yeah. Nosh pulled was Balance because it swapped his alignment. So that is the only card out of the deck that's the extended one or expanded deck. So it's 22 cards. I think it's 1,
So
2,
we have
3,
21
4, 5,
left.
6, 8, 9, 10, 12, 15, 18, 21, 22. Yeah, you have 21 cards on the deck. So there's a lot of with the deck, there's a lot that can go right and a lot that can go wrong. You as a character would know it, but there's a lot of things in here that could either really kick your ass or could really help you out. But it's hard to tell until you actually pull it. Now, the other thing is that as you guys are talking, you can just kind of hear Thurlby mumbling to himself as he's just kind of sitting on the floor. And he's, as much as you are planning something correctly, this is just the start. He wants the 4 of us dead. He's not going to stop. He's not going to simply throw foot soldiers at us. I hope we don't see what else he has to offer.
That tastes like a big heaving bowl of foreshadowing.
I don't know what the other is, and I don't want to know. I want to deal with him before it.
Now, so as stated before, you do see that the gateway that you went through before, that Thurlby pushed you through to save you, still through the crack in the door, is showing the slopes of the slanted keep. And Thurlby is the person who made this magic artifact. And it's, at its core, can transport you far distances. Because think of it this way, even if you finish this fight, if you stop this massive swarm of soldiers and God knows what else he could throw at you, you still have to go to the necropolis and fight the king himself.
You should be able to rework it to make it so we go there.
I mean, it could be possible, but you gotta see if he's willing. Because he just seems, his mind seems just broken. He just seems even more distracted than he usually is.
Well, do you guys want to try and clear this out, or try and just let our guys deal with it and maybe just go on?
Finrod, roll me wisdom real quick for me if you could. I want to see if you'll have a light bulb.
My wisdom's not horrible. It's my intellect that is.
Huh, weird.
I had to reread that. That was a 15 plus 2, so 17.
You have a thought. When you were in the Obsidian Throne Room, you could tell that the power that exists from the throne is, 1, where the Mad King was sealed, 2 is where it jumped to Fausta, but 3 seems to be a conduit of power. And so the light bulb in your head is that the best way to defeat an entity of any size is to simply cut its head off its shoulders. And so the thought process that you have as a monk, going through all your teachings and everything that you've seen thus far, is that if you can make it to the necropolis, if you can make it into the center throne room, if you can find the Mad King, defeat him, and break the throne, there's a chance that all of these soldiers that surround Macragge, these malformed prisoners, would be released, or at least would stop fighting, because they would no longer have direction or the energy to allow them to move.
So, basically, guys, I think it's probably best that we just get the forces to properly defend and keep the area going. And Thurlby, can you get us over to the necropolis through that door?
What's the point of me trying to get you there? He's just going to kill you. We're surrounded here. Even if you get over there and the city falls, there's no way for you to come back. If you take him, then the necropolis falls, and you with it. It will sink back to the bottom of the sea from whence it came. But there's just been so much loss. I'm tired of being the conductor of a massacre. But if you wish to go there, I guess I could try and redeem myself through this one act.
You're saying that we wouldn't be able to come back through the door?
If the door is broken before you do, if the city falls while you're away and the gateway is destroyed, you won't be able to come back to here. You'd have to swim back. If you get off of the necropolis.
I think we have a mighty fine weapon to deal with it. Overall, has a nice war pick from the Norn Queen.
As I said, if you wish to take that route, I will try. But I will need time. Something that we do not have. So if you can give me an hour or so, I should be able to get the gate open and get you there. But it's hard to tell if it's going to work. But I guess the only thing we can do is attempt. I still wanted to send you to your deaths. There's been so much already.
I think we could all agree that we're not happy with what he's done to this town. And I think going in there is probably the right thing that we'll all do. I don't feel like he'd be sending us to our deaths. I think we're walking to our fate.
If that's what you believe, then I shall be tool to get you there. Even if it is my last act.
I'd argue that we'd have a better chance going there and fighting him than dealing with the thousands of those fucking things out there. If we kill him, maybe they stop, and then they don't attack you guys.
I do not know of the magic that courses through him and his throne, but if there's a chance, if we can live to see the day after, then I believe it's time to forge the end of all we know.
Which one of us has the stone?
The bracelet is on...
No,
Oh, the sending
not
stone?
The bracelet, the sending stone, yeah.
Rage has the
You
sending
have.
stone. Or, no.
No,
Coverall
Coverall
has
does.
Coverall has the sending... Yeah, that's right. Coverall, you have the sending stone.
Well, before we head through, then Coverall is going to hand him the sending stone and be like, well, try to hold them off for as long as possible. We'll hopefully kill him before. Well, let's just keep it positive then, eh?
He holds out his hand to kind of stop you, and he goes, Coverall, the gate's not ready. I need an hour to at least try to calibrate it. It's the way it works, it's based off the anchor. It's based off of the bracelet that Rage wears. But I'm trying to make it open at a spot where there is no anchor. It's going to take a bit of magic and intuition on my end, and some hitting with a wrench. But hopefully I'll be able to get it open in time for you to go there and save us from being massacred by these freaks. So hold on to the stone. I will take it from you when you leave, when you wish to pass through, but until then, we must keep the city standing.
Question:
Yes.
how far away is this place from us?
The necropolis?
Yeah.
I would say it's dead center of the map, so I would say it's probably a good 300 miles. Because Etheria on the internal sea is about 600 from coast to coast.
Would it take me longer to fly there than for him to calibrate this gate?
Yeah, because you don't fly like 60 miles an hour. It's you could. So the thing is, you could fly there, but there's no guarantee of you actually making it to the spot. Because you'd have to one make it through whatever defenses he has around the necropolis. You then have to make it to the throne room, where Thoroughby's trying to get the gate to open directly into the throne room.
Hmm. 4 hours. Oh, one.
Yeah,
Okay.
it would definitely take you a bit to get there, and you'd still have to fight through the outside. At least with what Thoroughly has is that he could get you there faster and way closer to your objective. Uh, it just takes it's going to take time for him to try and get it to work. It's the big thing. He goes, I should warn you, is that when I start working on this, he's going to know the amount of power I'm going to have to use to try and focus the anchor is going to be both recognizable and obvious. So when I begin, things may become very bad very quickly.
I think we should probably alert everyone just before. Down each command post, so that way everyone knows what's about to happen. The chances that the forces may increase and be ready.
I need a few minutes to prepare my materials. So if you wish to go and speak with the forces, now would be a good time. So once I have everything prepared, I can begin my work once you're ready, so that everyone is understanding of what may come next. So with that, he begins shuffling away to go start pulling parts together to begin the next step of getting the anchor prepared and underway. And the three of you are left to go and speak to the people that you believe necessary to speak to about this.
And the sending stone can only be used to talk to one of the groups at a time, right?
I mean, it can. The sending stones that are connected to the Navy and the airship and you are part of a set. So when one person talks through it, it can broadcast to all the ones in the set, and you can receive all the ones in the same set.
Okay. Then, yeah, Coverall would broadcast to both of them and say, all right, now, as you can see outside, it's quite a bit of a shithole. However, we found Thurlby, and he is going to, once he gets his materials together, try to use the portal in here to connect directly to that bastard's throne room, where we can go and finish the fight. This will take about, he says, about an hour of time. So, anytime you can give us, we would definitely appreciate it, as it's going to take a lot of power to get this going, and it's not going to go unnoticed.
Two voices come through the sending stone, one being the stout gnome going, "Sir, it's been an honor serving with you, sir. The bolt of Etheria shall stand until she can't no longer." Followed by a lighter voice from the other end going, "I echo the terms of the gnomes. The Albion Navy will stand by and fire upon any of these insectoid devils. Remove them from the field if it means you getting a chance to finish this. We will stand until our boats no longer tread these waters, and then we will take the fight to the shore. For us, for them, for Etheria."
Aye, for Etheria. And if we make it through this shit, drinks are on me, lads.
You hear chuckling through the sending stone as the lights die off and the channels close.
Alright. Well, that's that bit taken care of. Rage, you've got jits. Can you go talk to the paladins and the ground forces? I'm fairly certain you can make it a lot faster than either of us could. And notify them of, well, the overall plan and that the airship and the navy are standing to support them.
Sure, but we could just send runners.
Do we have any runners right here?
Yep, it's the ground forces, when they saw the enemy beginning forming at the gates, began setting a temporary command post here where they have smaller forces stationed around Silverthorn Keep that are mostly a couple of veterans, some other standby soldiers, and then some runners, because they knew that something like this was going to occur, and they wanted to fortify the gates.
Alright, cool. Well, then, belay that, and sending out the runners to do that instead.
Yep, easy enough. You step outside and you see that there is the first captain of the Brigaders as well as the commanding officer of the Marines, Colonel Slybargo of the Broken First, as well as his first captain. And they're all kind of standing in a makeshift command post they've made out of a old merchant's tent that was outside Silverthorn Keep, as they have a map of the city and some very basic different colored rocks representing different maneuver groups and different forces, trying to get a basic plan of defense and plans of action in case something is to happen.
Of course, Slimarbo's is the shiniest.
No, his is just the biggest. It just is like a rock the size of a softball.
Yeah, that works too.
Everyone else's is like normal size rocks to represent like an actual unit size on the map. His is just a softball like in the center. Which they just kind of let him have because it's in the center of the map. It's not going to change anything.
Right, fair.
And they all kind of look at the three of you as you step out of the keep towards the commanders.
Well, as you can see, we're in for a fight. We will be here to help for the first bit, but we're going to be going to try to take the fight to the big man himself, so after the first hour or so, good luck, lads. What do we got going?
The first captain of the Brigaders points at the map and goes, "We have taken the southern gates and fortified the building surrounding it along with the Marines. The Marines have situated themselves in fighting positions along the battlements, as well as inside the buildings directly north of them. The pariahs have taken a bulwark approach with some of the paladins, as we have multiple lines staged from the gate back to the Y intersection here, as he kind of points at the map at this location. He goes, we have multiple fallback points in between different alleyways, that if they do make it into the gates, we're going to force them into extreme close quarters combat where all of our forces on the southern side have advantage. And hopefully we'll hold them there, kind of getting them into a sandbox that they wish they never stepped into. The captain of the Broken First points at their map and points at the straightaway they have from Gulliman's Wake all the way to the Silverthorn Keep. He goes, we've taken a different approach to the situation. We have positioned the ballistas at multiple points along the intersections, pointing downwind towards the gate entrance. Since they are such heavy firepower, we want to make sure they are as useful for as long as possible. Christian said that he will be taking a position just inside of the gate. So if they do manage to come through, he is going to push them back out. We have some of our forward close quarter fighters near the gate along with firing lines. So that way we can have pikes and such set up to kind of block it off. As Christian is large and bulky, we don't want him outside to be surrounded. So we want to use him as a wedge. Otherwise, we have multiple fallback points in the intersections to the north and south of our positions. So that way, much akin to what the Purgator said, is that if we get pushed back, we want to force them to spread their forces out as far as possible so that they can only come at us in either single files or double files. That way, our forces will have the advantage due to range and skill. And Slime Marbo just kind of looks at you and grunts.
Not over.
We know what you're talking about. We know who you is.
I've done that so many times.
We know who you is. But yeah, it's he looks to you and kind of gives you a grunt. You nod in return, and the captain simply goes, "And yes, the colonel has told me multiple times that he will be in the front lines as he's requested, because he wants to." In his words, not mine, get a good crumping on. So he will be helping lead the frontline troopers along with Christian. We will be able to send some of our crossbowmen and pikes to the Brigader side, as well as to any other possible entry points the enemies may create, as we have a much larger force in this city. So spreading them out is going to be difficult, but being able to reinforce certain areas is going to be best. We, of course, have men set up in the buildings for flanks and ambushes already in place in case anything does go awry. We believe that we should be able to hold the city for at least an hour, willing nothing else decides to rear its head, things that we haven't seen or dealt with before, as well as having that fire support from the east and from overhead. We should be able to keep them at bay, but as Sly Marbo has always said, the plan does not survive contact with the enemy, so we're going to play it by ear.
It's definitely good to have a plan, but always good to be ready.
Even the commanding officer of the Marines also steps forward and goes, as we've set up with the Brigaders as well, in different positions to assist where we can, the Prize have also assisted our forces to give us different areas. The weapons and armor, as well as other ranged weapons and melee weapons, should give us an advantage thanks to the Warforged. We feel confident in that. I believe my men are willing to die on this hill if it means that the next day is a little bit brighter. So, it's been an honor serving with all of you. That's a shame that it took such a vile villain for us all to come together finally.
Yes, but the sentiment is reciprocated. It has been an honor.
I imagine I say it for everyone when I look to our horizons and simply say, for Etheria. And as the Marines say, what makes the grass grow? As he just kind of chuckles to himself as he pulls out a large knife from his belt and just kind of sharpens it a couple times and puts it back. Giving himself a good laugh as everything kind of comes to terms with the weight of what is on your shoulders. And you, with that and with everyone on the same page, you find yourself back in the keep as Thurlby has pulled a lot of very strange equipment and machinery towards the gateway. You do meet a runner at the front door as you enter to check on Thurlby that came from the Devils. They've apparently set up fortifications on the gate itself, and they have staged themselves along the battlements, and they have plenty of ammunition to spread as much paint as possible, as well as having a few different ways to mark targets for both the Bolt of Etheria and the Navy. So they should be able to hold themselves for a minute, as it doesn't look like a majority of the force is on their side, but they seem confident that they'll be able to at least give them a run for their money, and that they have set up booby traps and such going back towards Silverthorn Keep. So they will be skirmishing if the gates do fall. And that's their basic plan, so they're going to fight to the last. But as stated before, you see Thurlby with a bunch of very strange equipment and machinery. All that he's slowly hooking up to this bracket he's built next to the gate, made of canisters and tubes and these large machines that are on wheels that he can move around, that he seems to be dumping these crystalline components into as he's pulling cords and running them across the floor, shoving them into outlets and getting everything together, trying his best to make sure everything is where it's supposed to be and ready to go as soon as it can. As he looks to you as you come in, he goes, I think I'm ready. Now, a fun fact for you. Did you know the first artificial heart surgery was performed in the year 1969? They survived for 3 days before having a heart transplant. With no heart in them. It's very fun. That was Carson's fun fact of the night. Thank you, Carson. Thank you for the 69 biddies. And so, with Thurlby setting up his machinery and his equipment, with you getting your fun fact and you speaking to all the military groups and being prepared for what comes next, Thurlby simply asks, are you ready? Are you ready to throw the switch?
I'd say we are.
I think so.
Thurlby nods to the three of you and goes, I'll work as quickly as I can. No promises and if this will work, but I hope it does. For all of us.
Can I whistle as an air croaker?
That's a good fucking question. That's actually a really good fucking question.
I was gonna say I was about to whistle something, but I was like, can I even whistle? I don't have lips. The fuck?
You don't have lips, but you
Uh,
have weird little nose cavities. Whistle through
Yeah,
your nose.
yeah. I was gonna say like with
Okay.
birds, they whistle through like because you can whistle through your teeth. So I would imagine that whistling through the beak or the nasal cavities would be your best option because that's all I can think of. So mayhaps.
Yeah.
So thank you, Carson, for the gift subs and the additional 10 biddies. I appreciate it.
I'm gonna go ahead and whistle total slaughter as we walk through the gate. Then,
All right. So
if
you
you know where that's from.
you tell Therapy to throw the switch as you all stand in front of the gate as he begins working fervently to get everything going. As the machines begin to rumble and glow this bright blue-green light from inside their casings, the light just becoming blinding for a moment before fading down to a dull glow. As in the distance you hear horns begin to sound off. As you can hear a voice from above you in the sky mocking you, simply going, "So you think you can run again? Not before I get to you and remove you from this plane of existence." As you begin to hear the marching of soldiers towards the gates, your own whistles and bugles sound off from the walls as the creatures come closer. The bolt of Etheria begins to do its circles. The Navy has positioned itself. And as they begin coming closer, everything opens up at once. You begin to hear cannons fire from the ships. You see the bolt of Etheria firing rounds down towards the ground, blowing up chunks of earth along with these insectoid creatures, using its onboard artillery, just taking massive 15-meter chunks of earth and turning it into powder. It's just the thump, thump, thump from the cannons flights up the sky. The distant rumble of artillery fire from the Navy slams into the ground, its concussive blasts becoming almost a bass drum rhythm from just the coordinated shots. You hear Christian's war horn go off as you begin hearing rifle fire from inside the keep, as you know the Marines and the Broken First, with their new equipment given to them by the Warforged, have begun firing outward through the gates. You can even hear the rounds from the Devils being fired off in the distance, the low bass of their high-caliber rifles firing off in unison as the fight for McCragg has begun. And so at this point, we would pass time for about 15 minutes as the forces hold these amalgamations at the gates. No casualties are reported from Gulliman's wake. A few Marines are wounded from the forges from some chargers that broke the lines, but were quickly put down by the Brigaders and Paladins. One of the Devils is hit by a large caliber bolt and passes away in the battlements, but not before his compatriots are able to return the favor in spades. You can see one of the frigates has begun being boarded by these amalgamations that have crawled out of the water, stacking themselves up almost as in a ladder-like fashion to reach the upper decks, as you begin to see fires and smoke billow out from its internals, eventually sinking beneath the waves underneath the mass of these soldiers in the holes that they've created. The bolt of Etheria continues to fire. No issues and no casualties to be said, but the amount of things that it's destroyed begin racking up in the hundreds. And the fighting continues until you as you kind of move around the keep, keeping an eye on things, speaking with the commanders, trying to make sure you stay as close as possible so when everything goes together, you can make your way through the portal. Thurby turns to you as he's working, and he looks to the three of you and goes, "You know how I said I hope the big things weren't coming? I was wrong." As in the distance you hear a deep bellowing roar. As looking out through the windows, you see this massive shape of what looks to be a dragon in the distance.
Oh, lovely.
And as it gets closer, it just becomes bigger in your eyesight. And once it passes through the fog, you can see that it is no regular dragon. It seems to be almost a rotting corpse that flies. You can see its bones easily from between its decaying scale armor, its wings peppered with holes of rot. Even its face seems to be mangled by time, its eyes glowing a bright green, like that of the magic the Mad King uses.
Overall, will glare at it balefully, spit on the ground, and go, necromancy.
You see the shape of this dragon come flying towards the city, the Navy beginning to fire upon it as another frigate is lost, as the balefire that is released from this dragon simply burns it to a crisp, sinking it to the depths. It encroaches on the city, but not before the bolt of Etheria turns its guns upon it, and a dogfight ensues overhead. The fighting continues for another 10-15 minutes. You continue to get reports back from the lines. Gulman's Wake still stands strong, not falling, but minus a few casualties from the broken first. Nothing that is substantial, but enough that it has spurred them even further into motion. The brigaders have actually pushed the enemies back out of the forges and have continued to hold the gate, not losing any additional casualties. And the devils have also kept themselves alive just a little bit longer, firing rounds down range as best they could. The Navy has pushed back a group of boarders off one of their destroyers, keeping its ship alive and well as it continues to fire upon the coastline. And then we bring ourselves to the Bolt of Etheria, which we find ourselves watching in a panoramic view as the camera follows the airship as it dogfights this dragon, pulling wide curves as magical shots of energy are fired out of multiple different cannons, all aimed at this monstrosity that encroaches upon it. You see even the dragon pulls around and swings itself, fire stretching across the landscape, touching the edges of the ship before missing entirely. And as the camera pans in, you see the internals of the airship. You see gnomes loading canisters into guns as you hear captains and sergeant-at-arms screaming orders down the line, as you can hear the engines screaming as the engineers continue to work valves and pipes, as you see steam and fire burst out of one as they patch it and they close it, as the pilots push the ship to its furthest limits. And that is until they find themselves going head to head with the dragon itself. And the last thing they see is a bright green flame as it envelops the pilot compartment and burns through the center of the Bolt of Etheria as it slams into the northern coastline of the sea of Macragge in a mass of metal and charred organic material. As the dragon continues to scream and circle the town, the Bolt of Etheria being removed from the playing field.
I want to shoot it.
Roll to shoot it.
With my fire bow.
Okay.
$28.
That's a hit.
Seven dabblage. And does it take fire damage?
Yes, it does. So it does
Natural
take
4
fire
for that.
damage. Natural 4. All right. So it does. You see, you loose your arrow, and you see it hit the broadside of the dragon as it circles through, and you see the fire begin to creep around it as you hear it roar out as it begins to swing its head, looking for where the arrow came from.
I want to do something dumb.
Now is the time.
I'm going to fly up so it sees me.
All right. You fly.
I have to be more agile than this fucking big ass boot in the fucking sky.
You fly straight up, your wings expanding as you can hear the turbines spinning up and whining as you launch yourself straight up above the Silverthorn Keep. As you yell profanities at the dragon, it turns its head and sees you as I imagine you just fire another arrow at it.
Okay, what else do I got?
I mean, you got the big rifle. You got.
I mean, yeah, there's a person's name on all 8 of those shots, so.
I mean, that's fair. Yeah, so it's you got that, you got whatever other equipment you got, you can try and fly up to it and like punch it or grapple it like you did with the young black dragons a while ago. Whatever you think is going to be beneficial as it is beginning to fly at you at full speed.
On the note of the grapple, though, I will say, key phrase, young.
Mm-hmm. This
That
is
was
easily
also-
like 7 times the size of the black dragons you fought previously.
That was also an arrow from the Hunter's Quiver, which I do not have.
Right. I mean, all that does is the Hunter's Quiver just basically gave you compartments to put special arrows into.
No, it turned normal arrows into special arrows.
Did you turn into a special arrow?
Mm-hmm.
What special arrow did you turn into?
Are
you talking about-
fuck is it called?
Or are you talking about when you fought the young black dragon?
Yeah, when I fought the yellow
Yeah,
one,
you turned into bolo,
Yeah, they take
bolo
my arrow.
shots. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you're stronger and smarter now. You probably got a couple ideas in your pocket. I believe in you. Why else would you aggro a Draco Lich?
Because I hate it.
Oh,
I mean, that's fair.
Can I roll emphasis?
Give me the description of your action, and I will tell you.
I want to fly down his throat with my short swords. Extended.
Oh, you want to do... all right, okay. Sure, roll me emphasis. As you just pin the throttle, flying directly at the mouth of this thing.
Oh, I got a 10 and an 11.
So, that means you get a success, but it is not an epic failure or an epic success. It is just a success. So, you're able to fly at the mouth of this monstrosity, and you were able to get into its maw with your short swords before it's able to spew its balefire. And you find yourself slamming into it as you slam both swords into its upper jaw, just behind the glands that allow it to fire flame forward. As you're now in its mouth as it's trying to close its jaws. Give me athletics. Because you definitely have its attention and you definitely have it distracted. So give me athletics to not get super crunched.
Why am I fucking muted? I'm burning a fate.
Okay.
I don't. Why did I get muted? I didn't even hit the button.
Yeah.
Okay, 15.
All right. So you were able to kind of, with your strength from months of fighting monsters, both large and small, you're able just to shove the blades further as you dig your talons into its lower jaw, into its gum line on both sides, and just forcing its jaw to stay open. As it tries to close it further, you just dig the swords and talons deeper, and it just reflexively keeps its jaw slightly lax. But you see it begins to thrash its head around as it's flying, becoming more erratic, trying to dislodge this malicious popcorn kernel from betwixt its teeth.
I never found out what that dust is that I have. Did I?
You did not.
This could go good or bad. I don't know.
It could. It could go good or bad. But this is like part one of the end game, so I mean,
I'm gonna. Well, how am I gonna? Yeah, okay. So my wings—they're not just like I have control over them, right? They're not just.
I mean, yeah, you have
Mechanical
control of them
pop-outs?
like your regular wings. They're essentially prosthetics to an extent.
Can I cut the bag of dust that I don't know what it is on my belt, pouch, whatever?
Mm-hmm. You want to cut
Because
it
I'm
and
in his mouth.
then
I want it to spill in his mouth. I'm hoping it's just fucking gross as shit.
you can easily see that it has essentially a drawstring at the top. It's not like tied shut. Essentially, just has like a pull string that pulling it off of your belt, like releasing your grip on one of the swords to grab it. You can easily like put one edge of the bag in your beak and just kind of like pull it open and then just like throw it behind you.
Yeah, we'll do it that way then.
All right. So as you do this, you pull this bag out that you've never really got identified. You don't know what it is. You know that it's just the dust, and you are just out of ideas. And so you use your beak. You pull the edge of the bag open, and you throw it down the gullet of the dragon. Now, when you found this dust,
The dragon's still taking fire damage, yeah?
yeah.
Okay.
So when you threw this dust down the gullet of the dragon, and when you originally found it, it was told to you that it was what you could assume was a dust of disappearance. Essentially, it would make you disappear. But because you never had it fully identified, you were never entirely sure.
Was it that? Because I have dust of disappearance as well, like separately. Sorry, I'm trying to make sure I remember canon here.
Yeah, because the dust of disappearance was the thing you found in the oh god, you found it. I can't remember.
Was that where we found the other heroes?
Yeah,
area?
yeah. It was.
Okay.
It was. You believed it to be a dust of disappearance, but you never got it identified.
Got it.
So you go to pull the bag open and you throw it, but as you pull it open, the dust that comes out as the wind is whipping through the mouth of this dragon around it, some of the dust gets towards your nose as it kind of starts to
it's
tickle.
Brazilian marching powder.
It starts to tickle and then burn as if it's some kind of hot pepper dust.
You just dump pure capsaicin down its throat.
I mean, that works.
And you just throw this dust. Not entirely sure if it's going to do what you think it did, or if that you just wanted to see what would if it could just do something to this monster. And as it burns your nostril and you throw it, you just begin to see this powder sink into the mucosous membrane of the soft tissue of this thing's throat as you see it begin to actually burn holes, very small ones, in its esophagus. As you begin to hear convulsions from its chest as it's trying to almost cough and heave as it starts to kind of like seize as it's trying to clear something, as you're stuck in its mouth keeping its jaws open, and the wind from outside is just pushing this dust further into its lungs. As you can see that its chest now starts to spasm, it's beginning to thrash wildly. Give me athletics to try and stay put.
You just took away its fire breath and gave it a new kind of fire breath.
God, motherfuck, 7.
So
It was on 20 and it rolled over.
it continues to thrash, and it throws its head violently to the side, and you are dislodged. Only one of your short swords coming with you, as your other hand was off the other one. As you're thrown out the side into the open air, as you're kind of like falling backwards from it, you can see that its body is just seizing as it can't really keep itself flying, as it's just coughing up this black powder. And you can see it just kind of continue to convulse until it begins to fall out of the sky. Because, surprise, surprise, that wasn't dust of disappearance, that was dust of asphyxiation.
Plot armor. I love it.
Plot armor is you never used it. That was your plot armor.
Yeah.
You never had a reason to use it, so you're like, oh, I wonder. You were never like, oh, I wonder what this does. You're like, it's cool, and you're like, fuck it, throw it in the dragon. It's like, oh man, this is an asphyxiant. Weird. You're just like thrown out of it. You're flying backwards. Like, I could have used that at any time and just fucking died.
Oof.
Yeah, so you see it fall out of the sky and careen into the ground and just crunch a bunch of these insectoids off the west side of McCrag. As you easily regain your aerial balance, so to speak, and fly yourself back down to the Silverthorn Keep now that the dragon has been dealt with.
Before I fly back down, can I roll perception to see if there's any places we need to be?
Give me advantage because you're using your special eye.
Okay.
He's using his sight.
He's using his Mark III eyeball.
23. I got a 16 and a 17. I didn't even need advantage, but I'll take it. So 23.
So you can see that the northern gate is still intact. As the devils told you before, there's not as many forces on that side. So they're definitely holding them back. They'll probably will need help if the forces continue in the same concentration they are. But for the time being, they have it handled. As for the southern gate, the brigaders are still holding the line relatively well. On Gulliman's wake, Christian has exited the gate and is now just doing these massive sweeps through just this living waves of these creatures, as he is just throwing them into the air and hundreds of feet back with just his full strength, as this large, almost charger-like beetle monster comes running out of the wood line, and he just kind of catches it before it hits the gate and just slams it into the fucking ground. You tell the rest of the forces haven't really touched the walls. They've been diverting on the western side towards either the Baldur's Gate or Gulliman's Wake. And then on the eastern side, it's kind of the same thing. Those that came out of the water are diverting mostly towards the forges. But one thing that catches your eye, that puts a stone in your stomach, as you see this massive shadow moving beneath the water towards the Navy.
Oh shit. Yeah. So I'm gonna fly to Coverall as fast as I can, to have him warn the Navy about this object in the water.
Yeah, you do so.
Coverall, I need you to get in touch with the Navy. They're about to get annihilated. Don't know what it is, but there's something huge down there,
Under the water?
under the water, swimming right towards them. As I'm like out of breath.
Getting on the sending stone and contacting the Admiral. Admiral, there's something large under the water heading towards you fast.
He say, "Really? I will warn the other ships. We're currently under siege by multiple boarding parties." And he goes, We are trying our best to hold off. We will move the ships in accordance." And just as he's talking to you, he gets cut off by you hear this loud, bellowing screech echo out in the background of the sending stone. As you just hear a silence and then just a defeated, "It's been a pleasure serving with you, sir. Tell the men, kill the bastard." As the sending stone goes dark, as you can see over in the cove, that these massive tentacle arms have come up and wrapped around the carrier of the Albion Navy. As you see this massive circular mouth of teeth lays upon the side of it, as it's just yelling this mucus and spray flying out in all directions as it starts to pull the ship down. As Rage, you can see with your Mark III eyeball a singular figure walk up towards the mouth of this thing, his hat being blown off his head as he pulls out his saber and simply charges and jumps at it directly into its maw as the ship is broken and pulled underneath the waves.
Sorry, that was my fourth wall break for the day. Yeah,
I mean,
exactly
I was
that.
finding
Francis.
it
Exactly that. Yeah.
And so the carrier goes down beneath the waves as you see Thurlby kind of turn to all of you and go, "We just need a bit more time. I know we've lost so much. I'm trying my best. I'm trying to get this gate open. If it only means that their sacrifices are not in vain. I'm 20 minutes. That's all I need is 20 minutes." As he's just continually carving runes and such into the doors. He's moving machinery. He's throwing more of this crystalline material into these canisters as he's touching dials and valves, as there's just screeching and vibrations and thumping and rumbling from all these different equipment as the runes he's carving begin to glow one by one, only a few behind as he's working, as he is just sweating. He has two chisels and one in each hand as he's just going as fast as he can trying to carve these sigils up and down the doors, as he is just mumbling to himself, "For Greg, for Fang, for Eris. I will right this wrong if it kills me. Fausta will face the wrath of what is left of Etheria. I'll make sure of it." And so at this point, another 10 minutes passes. Gulliman's Wake still stands somewhat strong. The enemy forces pushing back, but Christian giving them a run for their money, as between him and the Broken First, they're able to just keep breaking the waves that charge them. Eventually pulling back, Christian now stands directly behind the gate and just smashing whatever insignificant thing comes through, pushing back the monsters and larger creatures that try to break the lines as the Broken First clear up the fodder. The Marines, unfortunately, have begun taking significant losses as the Lions are circumvented around the Paladins, as it's just too many for them to focus on. They're running into the Marines as they're pulling them into close quarters, but it's just too many of them to split as they begin losing about 30% of their standing forces. The Pariahs would be standing strong if it was not for the sight of the last one standing in a circle of dead insectoid soldiers. Its brethren fallen around its feet as they stood just behind the gate, behind the Purgators, trying to take down as many as they could. And you see this lone pariah surrounded by 8 of the massive sergeant class soldiers you fought before. The other 7 pariahs laid broken, their life sparks gone, their bodies crunched into the cobblestones from the hammers these sergeants swing as this last one stands, glaive in either hand, its arm blades extended, its armor plating glistening underneath the setting sun, as it just continues to fight like a devil possessed until it is eventually taken down by a free swing from one of the sergeants as it gets knocked over, and then just gets unison thumped into the ground. The pariahs losing their foothold, leaving just the Purgators and the Marines to hold the forges. The Brigaders keep fighting, but it is an uphill battle. They've lost 50% of their forces. Their first captain is wounded as they continue to hold the gate as best they can. They are some of the Paladins' best, but even against a living swarm of tooth and claw, they eventually will break. So them and the Marines are significantly wounded on the southern side, as most of the forces are gone on that end. The Devils are still holding Baldur's Gate against the incoming swarm. Ordnance, explosives, and booby traps taking out large squads and swaths of enemies as their rifles continue to ring out against everything else. What's left of the Navy continues to fire, though most of them are focused on trying to kill the monster from the deep that has arisen to take the carrier. One of the destroyers is taken out by the Kraken next, leaving now only 2 frigates and a destroyer in the fleet, able to put rounds out to protect both the forges and the northern gate. As you are now in the last 10 minutes before the gateway is fully opened, what do you do?
I'm just getting ready to charge in the moment that door is open.
Would I be able to use my stone cunning in any way to assist Thurlby to get the portal open slightly faster?
I mean, you can try, definitely, 100%. You can use any equipment you have, any skills that you want to have, just kind of see if you can throw it at the gate, or throw it just at whatever you're staring at. This is if you want to use stone cunning. You know a few magical runes here and there from being dwarven descent. So I would need from you. Does your stone cunning just give you a flat roll to do, or are you looking to use a skill with your stone cunning?
I would have to use a skill with it, I think. Let me double check.
because I would say that you could use Arcane with Stone Cunning to give yourself a little bit of advantage.
Arcana?
Yes.
Oh, I mean, that's a -1, but it might be worth trying to help.
If you use Stone Cunning with it, as you're trying to pull from your Dwarven heritage, I would essentially give you advantage for it.
Okey-doke. I will attempt that then. That is a 15.
You're able to step towards Thurlby as you begin looking over some of the sigils. You can kind of see the pattern he is working with, and you basically try to assist him as best you can, and you're able to at least help start and draw out the rest of the symbols and chalk that he needs. And you knock a few minutes off the gateway time. Not a whole lot, as this is something even beyond the craftsmanship of the dwarves that you've seen. This is some kind of amalgamation of magic and machine that the only one who really specializes in it is the artificer that's in front of you. But you are able to knock a few minutes off. So the next few minutes pass. You hear the sound of a war horn from Gulliman's Wake as you hear loud thumping and the creaking and screeching of metal as you can see Christian brought down to one knee as he is fighting another one of these large chargers. Trying his best to push it back, he gets a lucky strike and hits him in his upper leg, bringing him down as he continues to just bash in it with his hammer arm as he is pushed slowly back towards the broken first and the ballistas. You can see that most, if not all, of the ballistas have been just decimated by arrows and spears and these incendiary devices that these soldiers are throwing, trying to stop the heavy artillery from firing down the line. And most of the broken first still stands, amazingly, with still a majority of their forces pushing back. It just seems that it's only a matter of time if these larger creatures are able to break through, that they're going to make their way directly towards Silverthorn Keep. And you see Sly Marbo and his first captain have begun pulling forces back and reinforcing intersections, trying their best to get another line in place to force the creatures towards them and not the other gates. The Brigaders, with what's left of their force, are still standing. They've lost a few more paladins, but they continue to hold the front line. The pariahs, unfortunately, have passed, and the Marines have lost about 20 to 30 more soldiers, as it has now just become a bloody mosh pit in the forges, as enemy upon enemy swarms the gate and storms through. It's just too much. The boats continue to fire as best they can. It seems that whatever explosive barrels they pushed over the side in a desperate attempt to hurt this monster seems to at least delayed its attacks. So the two frigates and the destroyer continue to fire, taking some of the pressure off the forges and the northern gate where the devils stand. And the devils only lose one more soldier to another high caliber round being thrown into their midst as they continue to hold the gate with utmost skill and ordnance. The city has not yet fallen, it has not yet been breached, and it is now only 10 minutes later, 5 minutes till the gate is fully opened. The following events occur over the next 10 minutes as you all stand ready to defend what is yours. The Broken First takes a significant amount of casualties as some of the larger sergeant class and charger class soldiers break through past Christian and into their lines. They are not capable of dealing with such large creatures, much like the pariahs, the brigaders, or Christian, and so they lose a significant number of soldiers as Sly Marbo takes the front line to push back these demons. But even he is not strong enough to take on a whole entire swarm. The Marines lose another 30 to 40 individuals as the massacre continues, as they're losing ground inch by inch. Pulling back and forcing them into close quarters is working to an extent, but it's just not enough. The Brigaders don't lose any more soldiers as the Paladins stand strong as they've moved back directly into the doorway of the gate, or into the threshold of the gate, and have begun forming a wall of corpses out of the soldiers that charge them. And then the ground shakes with a heavy thump as you can just hear a war horn go off and then slowly fade. As you can hear runners that are coming back towards the Silverthorn Keep yelling, "The Titan has fallen. The gate has been broken." As you can see, members of the Broken First continue to pull back as they have begun surrounding Silverthorn Keep to put up a final stand. The runners going towards the Brigaders and the Marines as they have done the same, as now a circle of soldiers surrounds the keep, all preparing for another assault. The Navy continues to stand strong, doing what they've continued to do, throwing additional ordnance over the side, sacrificing what powder and what materials they have. They're able to detonate the ordnance that was on the carrier. It significantly wounded the Kraken, further delaying its attacks, continuing to fire down on both the forges and the northern gate. And that's when, Rage, you see a number of the devils make it back to the Silverthorn Keep. Only about half of what they started with, as they lost another 4 troopers to the gate being assaulted by a number of these larger insectoid monsters. Breaking through, the 4 that stayed were only able to fend off the group long enough for them to escape. Using booby traps and their cunning only lasted so long against things that can simply just run through buildings and smash down the most insignificant soldier. And so it seems at this point, you are at your final stand as the clock continues ticking down with 5 minutes left. Thoroughly continues to work, his hands blistered and bleeding from just moving material and just getting into the fine cracks of the door with his chisels, his hands covered in cuts, his body covered in burns as the light continues to burn from inside these machines. The doorway slowly glowing as the sigils continue to count in the hundreds around the border and on every panel that the door is made from. He seems to be reciting some kind of incantation, the words repeating through a dull monotone. And that's when you hear the commotion outside. The Broken First stands strong underneath the first assault wave that runs towards the keep as the minutes continue to tick down. The Marines lose a few more on the initial wave, but push back along with the Paladins to hold the line. The Devils begin firing from the battlements of the keep, using what ammunition they have left, what tricks they have up their sleeve, their sticks of dynamite, their grenades, what have you. All in the name of a defense of something greater than themselves. The casualties remain low, on your side through minute 4. In minute 3 is when you begin to lose more soldiers, as the brigaders are standing down to just the first captain and 2 of his veteran paladins. The Marines are down to some of its veteran enlisted soldiers, as well as some of its heavier hitters, standing side by side. The paladins having picked up armor pieces from the fallen to wear to give them a fighting chance. Some of the larger Marines having picked up the hammers dropped by the paladins and swinging them in unwieldy arcs, evaporating and liquidizing the creatures that run at them, all in the name of something greater. The devils lose a couple more individuals to shots that are thrown towards the keep. You hear their bodies fall down the steps and ladders above as you see the large arrows come sticking out of their chest, the toxins leaking into their bodies. The leader of the devils and 2 of his vets still stand in the battlements, picking up the rounds from their fallen brethren, continuing to fire everything they have, yelling and screaming curses and just hate from their very hearts as they stand for something that they believe in. And then we drop to minute 3.
All right. I can't. Can I roll perception to see like what area is the worst off right now?
Oh, you're basically getting hit from all sides at this point.
Oh, it's just everything.
Yeah, it's all of your friendly forces have basically formed a circle around the keep and are working off the fortifications they put together. And so they're just basically holding the line as best they can before they hit the door of the keep.
Where are the most enemies?
That would definitely be from the western gate side, near the broken first.
Okay, so we're talking like over here.
Yeah, westerly.
Okay, I'm gonna cast Conjure Barrage with my fire bow
Okay.
at what stack of enemies they have there. I mean, I cast it. What do you want me to do?
Is it just like
damage or?
Is it just like they have to roll a dex or something to disengage from it or take saves or?
Oh yeah, I guess you're right. So each creature in a 60-foot cone must succeed a dex saving throw. The creature takes 3/8 damage on a failed save or half as much damage on a successful one. And the damage type is the same as the weapon or ammunition used in that component. So I'm using my fire bow. So,
Yeah, they would super fail their dex save because you're essentially shooting at mobs at this point.
Yeah.
So the mobs would fail their dex save. So go ahead and roll damage for me.
all right, 13 on the initial, and then fire will be another 2.
So
And that would be 2 like every turn.
Yeah.
Unquote.
So that's a pretty significant amount of damage that you fire down the western end as you just launch this barrage of arrows that you just continue to fire throughout the minute, landing into just these groups that are just swarming over the fallen ballistas and broken bodies of the soldiers as you're just incinerating them as best as you can and as fast as you can. Kavral and Finrod, what are you two doing to try and assist the defense?
I feel like I can't get back out there and back into the keep in time when the door opens. My character's just sitting there like, I want to do something, but we need to deal with next. And like, he's like really having like a hard time dealing with this moment. Like, can't this door open any faster?
All right, Coverall, are you attempting
Do I have to
anything?
roll something and try to convince him to do something?
I mean, you can just talk to him. You don't
Okay.
have to try and persuade him. You can just talk to Finrod and be like, "Hey, like, go do something, please."
Yeah, if the door is open, it's gonna stay open. We just need to make sure that it can be open in the first place. We have to try to do something, anything.
Yeah, and I want.
Or we're not making it through the door.
How I'm seeing it is I'm staying to protect Thurlby in case anything gets in here.
I mean, from my point of view, I can't really do anything aside from like stand by the door and wait for stuff to come to me because I can't risk going out there and getting overwhelmed and not being able to make it back to the fucking portal in the first place.
I mean, yeah, it's both good points. I mean, so
I don't have range.
yeah.
I mean, I have javelins. I guess I could throw my javelins at them.
I mean, you can attempt whatever it is you want. You could also try and see if there's something left over in the keep you could use, as you did see some of the devils fall and drop munitions.
Alright, I guess I'll roll to scavenge for grenades or something to throw.
Yeah, alrighty.
Is that just straight D20 or is that going to be like perception or
Said
something?
investigation.
Investigation? Okey-doke. Well, that's an 8.
So you are still able to find a couple of things laying around it. You find some throwing hatchets from the armory. You find a crossbow. You find a bag of what looks to be grenades fallen from one of the devils. There's a lot of stuff in the keep that got left over because the forces never got formed in here. So you're able to find some basic things, and so you just start throwing anything you get your hands on. You're throwing kitchen knives at people, you're throwing hatchets, you're throwing these grenades that you are just like pulling the pin on, being like, "Hey," and throwing it. As you, do you like call out to people who are wounded to like bring them back towards the keep? Like you're essentially keeping the door open for them as a fallback point.
Yeah, helping anybody I can near the door. Yeah, but I can't risk going out too far. So.
Yeah, so you kind of just stand by and you keep doing the thing. Nez, you see, not Nez, Jesus, Finrod, you see Kavral scavenge and start picking things up and just throwing whatever he's got at these insected bastards that are running towards the keep. And you kind of get the same idea. And also, you do have your element fisties that you could possibly use as well.
I'm gonna keep throwing because honestly, I want to leave my elements for when we're against the Mad King. Make
Fair
sure
enough.
I have all the firepower against them.
Roll me investigation to scavenge.
Oh, thank God I put proficiency in that. It's a +1, 7, -3.
There you go.
Mine was a -1, so I rolled a 9, and it was like I got an 8.
I got 10.
All right. All right. You're able to kind of find the same things that Cabral did. You don't find anything super interesting. You find some, ordnance that thoroughly made laying around. You find hatchets and kitchen knives and crossbows and things. You just kind of pick up, you fire, you grab another one, you pick it up, you fire. Like you're just going through them like a reloading line as you're just throwing kitchen knives and rocks and grenades and such at anything that comes close. As you're also using your tentacle arm to bash them away, but also to pull wounded towards Kavral. And then we drop to minute 2. So at minute 2, the Broken First is down to less than half strength, as the first captain of the Broken First was killed in action, and his Sly Marbo is the one holding the line on the Western Front with what Marines what soldiers he has remaining, both the Pikes and Knights. The Brigaders, all but one of them, the first captain, has fallen as he stands amidst a circle of corpses as he just continues to swing. He's been slowly backing up towards the keep, keeping just a wide 180-degree arc clear of enemies between his Thunderhammer and his shield, just standing as a bulwark. As you can see, that blood is just seeping from between his plates as he's taken a number of wounds. The Marines don't lose a lot of soldiers in the next wave. They lose a few, but those that still stand with them continue to throw hammers and such in all directions. The Devils lose one more person as he's taken out by an archer, and now it comes down that it's minute 2. What would you guys like to do? If you like to continue, you can roll again for investigation to try and find something better, or perception to try and find something. If you have items or such you want to use, by all means. I know, Rage, you said you wanted to go first in this. What you got?
Yeah, I just said I got something. So, area with the most enemies right now.
Still the west side.
So the west side? Okay. I'm going to cast Hail of Thorns at a level 2.
All right.
Which is a bonus action, and then I'm going to use my action to use Volley.
Very good.
So, for those at home, Volley is I can use my action to make a ranged attack against any number of creatures within a 10-foot point of where I can see with my weapon's range. Must have ammunition for each target as normal, and make a separate attack roll for each target. So I don't know how you want to play that.
Just give me the
forward.
one. Or what you could do is roll me emphasis if you really want to go ham.
Fuck it. It's like final battle here. I'll roll emphasis.
All right.
Do fates work for emphasis?
Huh? Yeah, it's 2 fates.
How many do you have?
You guys have currently... Don't remember where I put it. I know last time I checked, you guys had like 11. So you would have enough to do it because you only burned like 1 this session.
Can I use the fate, guys? Or no? I'll leave it up to you. Well, maybe 2 fates. So
Yeah, no, I know. Let's see. We're gonna end up being so.
Yeah.
What? That leaves us 8 left,
Yes.
and then the rest stay within the fight with angst.
yeah, I don't want to use too many of them. The 4 would be an epic fail, right?
If it is... Yeah, if
Can
it's a
you
4,
use
it'd be bad, yes.
Can you use the lucky from the rabbit's foot to?
That he can.
So just one
Reroll
fate
one.
and a rabbit foot.
Okay with that. If everyone else is.
Sounds good to me. I'll give it the green thumb of approval.
Alright. Oh, that's so much better. 18 would be the win on that one.
There you go.
It was 12 and 18, so.
Yep. So with that, you just start ripping through that side of the area. Like, it's you get eyes on and you go to pull volley and you're just like Robin Hood firing these arrows at people. as you can see that the Broken First are being pushed back. Every time one of them comes up to try and strike Sly Marbo, you just like put an arrow through its neck. You're just going full Legolas at this point. Just firing everything you got in your quiver at anything that moves that isn't one of your own.
Yeah, do I need to roll damage for that? 'Cause,
No,
I mean, it would be
you are just
okay,
you're
so it'd
eviscerating
be
them. Yeah.
Bow, fire, and hail of thorns.
Yeah, you are just burning through people. Your hail of thorns is just like screaming up out of the ground, and it's just ripping them apart as your arrows are making marks, and it's like turning them into essentially like walking nail bombs as they fall over. It's a terrifying sight, to be honest. And so then to Finrod and Kovral, if you two would like to do, you guys can either roll perception to try and find a better place that it has stuff, investigation to find specific weapons to use, or do emphasis to do a really thorough look around to try and find something really good that could delay the inevitable, so to speak.
The worst case, an emphasis on delaying the inevitable is nothing happens.
Worst case, usually you don't find anything good. You find like more knives or something. Essentially, you're just trying to find something that can help you stave off this tide until the gate opens. A successful emphasis roll would let you find something really good that could either help the people who are still fighting stay alive or push back the tide a little bit.
Oh, I don't really even see a harm in trying to do an emphasis roll on this.
Yeah.
Go for it. While he does that, are we going to say that I just use all my ammo?
Yeah,
That's what we're
basically.
saying.
There is more ammo in the armory. Because it's none of the soldiers that you guys had in the keep got their equipment because they got zooped before they could fight. So the armory is pretty full stock still.
Oh, god damn, that was close. I rolled a 19 and a 3.
Oh, my goodness. That made Burn turn to a French guy.
Oh.
We bag it. All right, so Finrod, what'd you get?
I got a 10 and an 18.
Yeah, the 18 works. So this is what happens with the two things you find. Finrod, as you go rummaging through the armory, you're throwing bundles of arrows towards Rage as you see he is just fucking laying into people. So you're just throwing bundles of fucking arrows to him. He's just unfurling them and just firing them out. You find a bunch of these weird bricks with long strings attached to them. The bricks on them say explosive.
Wrong character. I'm just like, I was starting to get, Nez was in my head for a moment.
Just sitting there like,
How do I make these?
Just, oh, hello. It's time to bring the boom. Yeah, so you find 3 bricks of these explosives Thurby was working on in the armory while you were throwing arrows to Rage.
I should get these
I
over
do-
to the devils. Whatever is left of them, they would be best suited to use these, wouldn't they?
I mean, with these, you can see that it's very much a light the wick and just fucking throw the bitch. At this point, you're just like,
Oh.
you were in like seconds passing as like fucking carnage is happening. Like it is a full blown like Siege of Helm's Deep situation. So there's not time to be like, I'm gonna bring this to special. So you're like, nah. Flint steel, fucking light the fuse and just throw that thing into the massive creatures that are running at you.
Uh,
Oh shit! I just thought about something. Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but
so-
I finally have my Gal 8 moment.
Oh yeah, you do. You do have your Gal 8 moment.
Yay! Fine, go ahead.
you know, you were saying the flint. Can I say I just like snap my finger to light it
Whatever floats your canoe. Like
just because of
the,
I'm an elemental monk and
it's
I got the gauntlets.
you do whatever it is that you light the fuse with, and between you and your tentacle lash arm from your tattoos, you just long arm these explosives into the masses approaching you, as you just see bodies get thrown into pieces in 30-foot radiuses all around you as they're charging the rest of your ground forces. And then Kavral, you find something. As you're going through the armor, you see Finrod is deep in there. He's just throwing arrows to rage, and he finds these bricks and he runs out. You see something underneath a tarp in the back of Thurlby's shop, or his workshop. And it seems just like a large object. And underneath the tarp on one side, you can kind of see what looks to be the barrel of a gun coming out from underneath the tarp.
I walk up and rip it off, like statue reveal style.
You pull it down, and it looks to be a smaller version of Christian, but it's something that it seems like it has a slot for your Warforged body to sink into and lock into. As you see, this thing has these two massive metal arms that have these twin guns on it. It has this giant faceplate that comes down and covers you as well as your own head. It has these massive hydraulic legs, and it seems to be just like a miniature bipedal tank. And just across...
Give me a Centurion pattern.
No, I gave you what is known as a Indominus pattern dreadnought.
I thought those were the Centurions. Were the
No,
ones that...
Indominus dreadnoughts are from the Horus Heresy. The shtick with them
those
is
are the ones
that
that I was thinking of. I'm just getting the name wrong then.
Centurion patterns are the ones you see now that are like the big Marines and like the big plate armor. They got like the big legs. No.
Okay, yeah, no, that is not what I was.
That's a Centurion. This is from the Horus Heresy, where it essentially is a stage in Dreadnought evolution where they would put the pilots in the sarcophags in these as a last resort, because they were known to kill their pilots over time with how much energy required to use them, but they were terrifying on the battlefield. Like, you essentially became a berserker just on multiple degrees higher than anything they've ever seen, but it would slowly seep your life force. And just across the top of this armor frame, as you're looking at it, it just says Indominus across the top in white paint.
I know what he got you.
Give that bitch a cannon.
Yes. Very
Sorry,
much.
I had to.
Yeah.
I
Yes.
couldn't not.
Yeah. Thurlby looks over and says, "You can take that Kavral if you want. Just know it's a high risk for you to use it. Be careful it does not consume you in the process."
Hey, well, it's not looking like I got much of a choice here. So, ears open.
So, you step into the armor, I assume, as you can start to hear the hissing of hydraulics as they just kind of lock around your body as you are pulled into the center of this armored frame, as the plates close in front of you and becomes perpetually dark until you feel a sharp stinging sensation as the junctions shoot into your Warforged body as you now see from the perspective of this Indominus Dreadnought. As you bring yourself up to bear, you all hear this engine turn on as it just sounds like the hearts of 1,000 soldiers all turn over at once. A deep voice echoing, just systems online. As you bring yourself to bear.
Hold on. I got you for that. I got you for that. Systems online.
You bring yourself to bear as large hydraulic thumps echo out as you begin walking towards the front door. As Rage and Finrod, you see this large metal frame begin moving towards the door. And as you do, Kavral, you begin to feel almost like another voice sits inside your mind, simply speaking, "Lead me to the slaughter. There is work to be done." As you begin to feel your appendages as if they are your own, you recognize the weapons as if you've trained with them your whole life. As you bring them to bear, and you mentally pull the trigger. The sound of 1,000 guns begins to go off as these cannons on the arms of Kavral begin to rain death and flame upon everything that's in front of him, as it's just dumping these brass cylinders by his feet, his arms recoiling with every shot as these rounds are going out, and just soup canning these insectoid creatures. Stepping down off the steps of the keep next to the first captain, you just swing your body and arm as you fire off these shots into these larger sergeant insectoid creatures as you just mincemeat them down into pulp. And as you continue to fire and just fight, every single creature coming towards you becoming a target of your retribution, you begin to feel a rage building up inside of you. That starts slowly like a small kindling fire, but begins to burn brighter and brighter in your mind. And as it begins to build, you begin to feel good about letting it out. As you stare out towards this crowd of insectoids, you begin to feel this rage fuel your body. As you begin to see the face of Fausta and every single one of these soldiers, as you feel yourself falling to essentially the Black Rage. At this point, from you, Kavral, to keep your bearings in minute 2, I'm going to need a wisdom saving throw from you.
While he's doing that, I have a question.
I may have an answer.
Would that be a disease and or condition?
It would be a condition, yes.
I could cast Lesser Restoration for it.
It depends on his save, but yes, you could.
Okay, back pocket.
Okay, I do get a +1 to my saving throw because of my aura of protection. Okay, that's what I was trying to find to double check.
Yeah, that gives us all a +1 too, doesn't it?
Yes.
As long as you're within 30 feet, yeah.
30 feet. Okay.
I think, right?
Yeah.
Oh, no, sorry, that one's
It's-
only 10 feet.
Yeah. So Finrod's close enough for you to get the bonus. But point past that, what did you roll, sir?
A dirty 20. Well, actually, a dirty 21, I guess.
A dirty. You rolled the blackjack. That's what you did.
Yeah.
Blackjack! So you begin to feel this rage fill up inside of you as you begin to see all of these insectoid creatures that have no face begin to have a face that looks very much like Mangst. As this just retribution and hatred builds up in you, you keep your composure as you know that your job here is not to lay waste, it is to protect and buy time. And so in turn, you do not gain a level of exhaustion and you continue fighting as per normal as we go down into minute 1. So at this point, it is the last minute as Thurlby works diligently to try and bring the gate online. 60 seconds in a combat scenario like this feels like a lifetime, as you are all doing everything you can, as a battle in melee can change in a moment. Rounds are being fired, soldiers are falling on both sides. The Navy has fallen to its last ship, the final destroyer, still standing tall as one of the frigates is taken out by the Kraken. The destroyer throwing everything it has to take down this beast, its attention being pulled from the shoreline. The creatures continue to run in as the Marines are down to just 30 men and their captain, fighting as hard as they can on top of piles of these insectoid corpses, swinging thunder hammers from the paladins, their own swords, pikes, axes, anything they can find, fighting to the last man. They're bloody, tired, and just they're on their heels. The brigadier captain falls to one knee as he's stabbed through with a spear from one of the insectoid warriors, who is then quickly blasted by Kovral in his new skin. The broken first still stand tall, losing another number of soldiers to another wave of these creatures. Between the fire support from Rage and the indomitable, unbreakable spirit of Sly Marbo, they continue to stand on the Western Front, only now 100 soldiers strong. They continue to hold the line, making a bulwark of the bodies of these creatures. The two devils left in the towers continue to fire everything they have, ammo being thrown up to them by Finrod as he continues to go back and forth through the armory, finding more and more things to throw out to gain any kind of advantage, pulling the brigadier captain back as well to the back lines so that he can at least rest and be mended by whatever means they have. And that's where we find ourselves at minute 1. The enemies have encroached ever closer, now only 40 feet from the keep. The soldiers that are fighting for you are losing composure and losing strength against an unstoppable tide of these creatures. You can see that some parts of them are thinning, but it's not enough to be an advantage, especially against a force that is as exhausted and as thinned out as yours. You can hear Thurlby saying that he is getting the final preparations done, that the gate should be open soon, as the waves continue to crash against the keep from the bodies of these monsters. You continue to fire and fight, swing, and shoot. The machines inside continue to thump away, pushing harder and harder as Thurlby turns more and more valves, forcing more energy and power into them. The tide continues to encroach closer. More Marines fall until it is just the captain and some of his veterans taking the place of the brigadier first captain, who has been pulled back as he is too wounded to continue on. Sly Marbo has pulled his forces back to hold the front gate. It is now just a melee in front of the keep. Coverall, you find yourself in the center of this half circle, swinging your large cannon arms in all directions, whether bashing the creatures that come close or firing outward. And I will need another wisdom saving throw from you, sir.
Even better this time. A 22 in total.
22 in total. Very good. That's weird. I didn't hear the pipe come through that Seth hit me with. That's weird.
Oh. Also, hi, Seth.
I'm going to have to go through and check sound alerts. Any hoozle. Thank you for the pipe clang to my head there, Seth. I don't know why it's not working. I'll have to check it after this. Borked. Yeah, you got borked. So, you're able to withstand the Black Rage a little bit, Mr. Coverall. Oh, there it is. Super fucking delayed. Ow. Fucking sound alerts. It hit me when I wasn't expecting it.
Even better.
Bastard. Can't
Sandler's
believe-
really was just standing there with
Yeah.
the pipe waiting to
Just-
hit you in the back of the head.
Please do not pipe me in my mouth. Just punk. So Coverall, you're able to withstand it a little bit as you begin to feel it kind of take over. Not enough for you to lose exhaustion or lose focus, but you know that if you stay within this armored frame any longer, that you're going to lose yourself to the rage. Especially knowing that you can hear Thurby yelling from behind you in muffled tones through the combat, through the gunfire, that the gate is almost ready.
I am going to cast. You said I'm in like a semicircle of allies?
Yes.
I'm going to cast Crusader's Mantle and then get out of the suit. Crusader's Mantle is in a 30-foot radius. It awakens boldness in friendly units. Until the spell ends, the aura moves with me, centered on me. While in the aura, each non-hostile creature in the aura, including myself, deals an additional 1d4 radiant damage when it hits with a weapon attack.
Very
And
good.
it lasts for up to a minute.
So you cast it as you bring the armored frame close to the door to allow allies to pass by it as you step out of it, knowing that you may lose yourself and that you need to focus on the events to come. You see that your friendlies around you are emboldened. They continue to fight and advance to hold that line until you see a wave of these charger-type soldiers and the sergeant types begin to approach as they just begin swinging through their own fodder to reach you. Some of the Marines run forward and get some hits, but are simply swung aside into the mass of tooth and claw on either side of your formations. Slime Marbo and his broken first pull who they can towards the door as they hold it, as they pull it closed behind them, pushing you inside, Coverall, as Slime Marbo looks at you and just goes, "Kill him," and locks the door behind him. As you continue to hear the combat and melee outside, as the three of you are now backed up towards the gateway, as Thurlby works ever diligently, the seconds counting down, as you begin to hear thumps against the wooden door to the front of the keep. You hear yelling and screaming from the Marines in Broken First as they continue to fight to the last man. The devils have come down from the battlements and have staged, crouched with their rifles pointed at the doorway, ready to give you a few seconds, if anything, to make it through. The thumps on the door begin to become more violent and more constant as Thurlby continues to work faster and faster. The door begins to splinter and crack until it busts open, showing the mangled bodies of the Marines getting thrown inside. Some of the broken fur still alive and fighting are thrown back, picking themselves up. Sly Marbo himself picking up a few of the soldiers and standing there, one arm broken and missing, the other one holding a large saber, as he just stands there, heaving, exhausted and bloodied, as a wave of troopers slowly walk their way in through the front gate. It becomes unnaturally quiet for a few moments. Besides the machines running behind you, all you hear is your heartbeat in your ears. Until you hear Thurlby over your shoulder go, "It's open! It's done!" As he pulls the door open to show you, as you can see, into the throne room. As he does, you see the wave of troopers start charging you, Sly Marbo bringing his shoulder down and sword out to bear, as him and the troopers fall into the tide, holding them back, the devils firing their rounds, Thurlby himself picking up a large hammer and dragging it towards it, and simply looks at you and goes, "I guess this really was a one-way trip, wasn't it? Do what needs to be done."
As I pass him, I want to go ahead.
I was just going to say, Cobra was going to grimly nod.
As I walk past him, I want to use my Dust of Disappearance on him. One that I had that was Dust of Disappearance.
You throw it on Thurlby as he coughs a little bit, as you see him start to phase out and become invisible. As through the coughs, he simply goes, "Why? Why did you waste this on me?"
I just want to give you a chance. I'm not going to need it. This motherfucker's going to know who's killing him. No, I'm just going to keep walking.
You see him kind of accept it as you just hear a deep sigh as you begin to hear a crackling of thunder from what you assume to be the hammer he was dragging. As you just begin to pass through the doorway, or getting close to it, the three of you stand in front of the gate as you see your soldiers holding the line behind you, knowing that any second the tide will break. What do you do?
I literally got nothing else that I could really do.
Any final words, any final actions before you step through the threshold?
We'll give him hell for you. And then I walk through.
Fenrod, anything?
This sacrifice will not be in vain. And since I never got to say it for Christian,
Very good. Rage, any final words or actions before you step through?
I guess as I'm putting the terrorist ring on my shoulder, I was going to look at Finrod and Cobra and be like, this is a cool way to die. And we walk through. Or I walk through, whatever. As we walk through.
So, as the three of you walk through the portal, you just hear an echo from through the gateway before it closes of just, "You shall not pass!" As a crack of thunder echoes throughout as the doors slam shut and disappear from existence.
Gandalf, no!
Did he just Thor hammers the gateway?
He Thor hammers
hammer the gateway.
the building.
Oh,
He basically brought that building down so they couldn't come in behind you. But yes, so the doorway disappears as the three of you are standing in a throne room. It's dark, murky. Just a lot of things, as a lot of thoughts pass through your mind as you find yourself standing down a long hallway leading towards a throne room that you have become well acquainted with. Bonk, bonk,
Oh.
and bonk.
I guess before we continue, real quick, going down, I do have a question for you, Bern.
Yeah.
Is there any way I can talk with the gauntlets and possibly not have them fly off this time?
I mean, oh no, remove the fill. I won't do that.
I was like, what happened?
Ah!
My screen just went black.
Yeah. Apparently,
I'm blind. Ah.
it was set to fog cut. My mistake. It was being the stupid. Yes. Go ahead and give me a quick wisdom to talk with your gauntlets.
Wisdom. A 15.
So you speak with them for a moment, as the words you speak between them and otherwise becomes that of words of hope, of due diligence, of strength that you've gained over your time. And it seems that for once they listen. It seems that for once they hear you. And you can almost feel a sense of agreement from these gauntlets, as they simply, in a sense, nod at you. Like, if you could feel a nod in your mind, essentially, is that they nod at you as a, you've earned this right to carry us. And so you believe that from what they speak of, that they will stay with you during this fight, whatever it entails.
Well, I thank them for being with me all this time and finally acknowledging me.
You have shown
it's
the
time.
strength of a lion, the ferocity of the soldier that bore us first. It seems only fair that we give you the same right.
It's time to give that Mad King a nice punch to the face.
All right, so you guys see the hallway in front of you leading to a door. Just so you're aware, this dungeon part here, essentially this room exploded. That way you can just see it. It's a bigger zone.
Ah, yes, I see what you mean. I
Yeah.
had to zoom out for a second. I thought you just meant like the room itself was
No,
exploding.
no.
Oh,
No, it's not exploded.
I was so
It's an
zoomed in too.
like a zoomed in. It's blown up.
View.
Yeah. Just because that the throne room is small on this map I made, so it's just like, yeah. Yeah, SS said, boom, for no reason.
Yeah. You walk in, and the Mad King's like, I'll kill myself instead! Come on!
Fuck you! Pomp.
Sir?
Buscuse? Buscusi? Yeah, so what do you do now?
Sent you my plan.
Sent you my plan. That's not a plan, that's just the word moist.
It's a plan.
It's a plan.
It's all loud enough I could hear like my stream through my headphones from where she's sitting on the couch behind me, so I knew she's gonna hear it.
Moist isn't a plan. Yes, it is.
It's a plan for me.
No. Yes, very good.
As Rage gets bonked in the head by Mrs. Rage.
And just you hear, no, don't pipe me in my mouth.
I was imagining him sitting there with like the frickin' Dr. Evil pinky to the mouth thing, so they're very fitting. She just walks up and drops a planet on him.
I mean, I was waiting for a slipper at least. Butt nuggets all around. That's what we got.
Butt nuggets for everybody. Also, look at my cool unitologist statue that I have that I printed. It's the marker. Made a little statue of it. Pretty neat looking.
It's very shiny.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Very nice.
I like it. Anyway, so big hallway, big doors at the end of the hallway, leading to what you assume is the throne room. What do?
As we like walk on up, I'm gonna pull out my haste potion and be ready to chug it once we get into combat.
Very good.
Going in hard on this.
Is there a door? I'm guessing there's a door.
Yeah, this big door right here.
Yeah. Finrod, would you like to make a blinding entrance?
Talking about me smashing that door on in?
I was talking about the site, but whatever floats your boat. See, this is where I need the soundbite for disrespect your surroundings. Like,
Potion effects, right?
Say again?
You can stack potion effects, right?
Yes. If you take multiple, it will, like what effects? You just taking like armor, like a potion of armor or a potion of like whatever.
I noticed that I have a potion of storm giant strength, a potion of speed, and a potion of heroism. And if I took all three of those before going in, I'd be very strong, have haste for a minute, and have 10 temporary hit points, and have the bless effect on me.
You know what? That sounds like a plan to me.
I guess I'll just take the potion right now too. The speed potion that I have, so that'll be the haste.
Yeah. Yeah. So.
Well, I'd be saving the potion of speed for like as we were walking through the door because that's short duration, but the other two are 1 hour duration, so I'd be popping them right now.
Oh yeah.
No. The buffing before the Dark Souls fog wall, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah. I smash the door and then chug potion.
Just yeah.
So
I'm here to kick ass and drink potions, chug. I'm all out of potion.
All right. Rage, do you have anything that you would like to do as a preparation?
just one.
What's that?
It's not working. Never mind.
Ah, okay.
Son of a fuck.
No! My thing. There you go. That's good enough.
Kind of.
I heard it. That's what counts.
I don't know if I can stop it, so I didn't want to like just start again.
Oh god.
Fair.
It's on repeat.
Yeah. Dis. Turns into a fucking rave.
Ah,
Just
yes.
for like some character knowledge, really quick. I have a supreme healing potion and 3 graders, so I think I'm good on heals.
Very good. All right. So, you guys approach the door. And you guys are basically standing in front of the door.
There's
Kind
a volume fucking slider. I'm an idiot. I'm sorry. Were you at least able to hear it?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
Turn that all the
so,
way up.
you guys are now in front of the door. And you're all buffed and ready to go.
Alright, guys. Ready?
Hey, as ready as I can be.
If
Yes,
you
I have
listen
my
to the
compass.
stream, I have boss music going.
Imagine it says Finrod, okay?
Estonia! Obliterate!
I was like, I'm looking at them too, like, as I said, we ready?
Nice.
Once they both said yes, I am turning around and just slamming my fist into the door to open.
Very good.
So,
So,
that was perfect. Insane. Exodia.
you just
Well,
turn.
I said imagine it says Finrod instead of
Yeah.
Zodia, yeah.
You just turn on your heel and you just put your whole fucking ass behind this as you punch the door, and it just blasts into splinters as you enter this large throne room. As you see that next to, or you see Fausta sitting on his throne. And do I have, I don't remember if I have a token for these things I want to put down. It's fine. We'll just do this instead. Bonk. No. No. Stop it. Yeet. There we go. Haha. It did the thing that I want. I just had to use a different token for what I want. It's fine. I'm not upset about it. So, as you guys enter the throne room, you see Faustus sitting upon his throne. You've blown the door in, and you see that to his left and to his right are 2 large sarcophaguses. As he looks to the 3 of you and just goes, "Well, it's about time you got here. Time for you to finish what you started. But I've already dealt the final blow, didn't I? Macragge is no more. Everything that you love has been erased. The forces you mustered, that you took from the rest of the region to fight me, are gone. The rest of the region is now weaker for your due diligence. And now you stand here in front of me, ready to fall where you stand like the good heroes you are. What do you have to say for yourselves, heroes of Etheria? Those who survived the siege of this land? What say you now?"
That's my throne, bitch.
I'm not even going to say anything. I'm just going to yeet my javelin at him as he does that.
Roll the hit.
Should it be with advantage because he doesn't know it's coming?
Sure.
Yeah.
And while he's doing
Yes,
that
it
really
might
quick,
help if I turned on my light. Then I can see when I roll better.
Then I can see with my eyeballs.
So
These
the
die are
15 and
really
the
hard to
13.
see.
So I was literally squinting at my dice, being like, I can't tell what number that is. I was like, all right, turn on my light.
Oh, yes, of course. If I turn on this light panel. Ah, yes.
Okay, so my highest roll was 15 plus action javelin. That is currently plus a 13 to hit because of my potion of strength that I drank. So that's a total of 28 to hit.
You hit him.
uh,
You hit him.
All right.
You thump his ass with a
this
javelin.
Is this still within the minute of time of my Crusader mantle is worn off already, right?
No, I would say it's you've made it within the time limit. I'll give it to you.
All right, so I do an extra 1d4 damage rating.
Very good.
For the actual damage, though, that was a 2 plus 9, so 11. And an additional 3 radiant.
Very good. So, you throw this javelin and it just thumps him in the chest as it pierces the plate in his right pectoral as you hear it sizzle and burn. And he just grits his teeth and goes, "That was a cheap shot, Kavral. But I imagine your friends would know something of that." As he goes, "I prepared something for your arrival. A conclusion to our little dance of the macabre. I think you'll enjoy seeing them again." As he simply points at the sarcophagus to his left.
Okay. I want you to see what I sent you right now.
Okay,
Because,
hold on.
yeah.
I hate you. That's gross.
No.
Nasty. Disgusting. Sickening.
You get what I'm saying.
Yeah. I know what you're doing. I'm just like,
Okay.
ugh. That character gives me the creeps.
Yeah.
So he simply says, "I have a few gifts to bring you, a couple of individuals that you've might want to see again." And as he points to the left sarcophagus and snaps his fingers, it shatters into pieces, falling around him or falling around the floor. As it disappears, and the shape of a Goliath stands in its place. One that you recognize.
Oh, it's the first Hokage.
No, it's Tovar.
I know who it is.
It's Tokage!
It's
There's a fucking
Tokage.
name on it, Bird. The
name's on the shush your face. Anyway,
ass of Etheria.
the ass of Etheria. And he goes, "I brought a second one as well, because nothing is good unless it's in pairs."
And here comes a druid.
Shut up. Ruin my shit. As this
Unoriginal. Okay, I'm done, I promise.
Smited in both campaigns.
yeah. As
Worth it.
as just the shape of a druid forms. As the shape of a druid stands where the other sarcophagus stood. So he goes, "I believe that 1 versus 3 isn't fair. So I balance the odds."
You got me a present.
Yep. So now it's initiative time as you face down a Goliath and a Druid that their eyes have been replaced by these bright green orbs with smoke coming out of them raised to the ceiling, and then Fausta himself standing on the throne. No, not that. That. Thank you. Silly character sheet. Being goofy. All right. Call out your initiative when you got it.
14.
14. Thank you.
15.
15.
I mean 14.
14.
I looked at the wrong one. I looked at proficiency right above my initiative.
All right. Kovral.
1 second. I'm trying to find my auras again and checking them because I think one of them gives us a +1 to our initiative. No, never mind. Never mind. That is I got an 11.
All right. The Spirit of Tovar got a 20. The Spirit of Mandy got a 17. And then Fausta got a 5. So he will be going.
My javelin's pinning him to his damn chair.
he's letting them all go first to deal with the lacquer that stands in front of him.
What? You don't want to get off the chair because you're afraid I'm going to break it again?
He goes, no, I just wish to let your friends get a few hits in first. As you see the barbarian rages and moves his 40 and just takes the spear in his hand and throws it at Kavral. And gets a 17 on the first. And then he crit fails. Jesus Christ. Hold on, I gotta get my damn book for this. Because this is the big fight. We gotta have the RNG shit for doing good and doing terrible. Where the fuck is it? There it is. Oh, God. I gotta roll stuff for him. Darn it. 56. He misses. Wonderful. All right, so the spear hits you at the first one with the 17, and then like whizzes past you because 17's lower than your AC, right, Mr. Cabral?
Oh, I'm sorry, I was muted. Yes, it is.
All right, very good. And he doesn't have any spells that he can use, so that is him. And so that brings us to Mandy. She has 30 feet.
What? She's a centipede?
Shut the fuck up. Shut up, you son of a bitch.
She wild shapes into a centipede.
Oh, Jesus.
It's like, I hate you so much. Just fuck. I can't. I'm just my fucking brain.
You said she has 30 feet and it just popped into my head, and I was like, all right.
Jeez. All right.
My brain.
Dislike.
Love.
So, let me make sure that this does what I think it does. All right, so she is going to cast on her action Fairy Fire centered on Kavral. So I need the three of you to give me dex saves.
This you do have a +1 to.
Because we're within 10 feet.
Yes.
$24.
All right.
Oh, sorry, 25 plus with the +1.
Got it. Okay.
+1 +8. 17.
All right. And then Kavral.
Didn't you do if you're talking?
I didn't mean to
Oh,
roll
you got
with you
15.
there,
Okay.
but
That's fine.
16 in total. But
Yeah. So none of you are affected by the fairy fire, bastards. And so the effects don't matter because it doesn't hit you. All right. So that brings us to rage.
Inrod.
We tied.
Right.
You tied.
Oh,
So
I thought you had a 15. Okay.
No, no.
I
tied.
said
Oh,
I
that's right.
misspoke.
Yeah. Okay. I was waiting for you to go. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna figure out what he does first. Okay. I mean, I guess you already know what I'm doing.
Yep.
Yeah, casting Hill of Thorns at level 3. And then 2 shots with the Terror's Reign. I'm gonna take 1 at each of them.
Okay. Just roll your first and then roll your second. Declare who's going where.
Yeah, I guess first one's gonna be at Tovar. Yeah. A 15.
Just
Probably misses.
It does miss. Yes.
Fucking die. Okay, second one at Zamandi. It's also gonna be a 15.
That hits. Roll
That one
damage.
hits.
And at this point, though, my Crusader's Mantle would have worn off. I'm just wondering if he gets the radiant damage bonus as well.
Yeah. At this point, the mantle would have worn off.
Okay.
26 initial and 12 additional.
Very
So
good.
38.
Yep. All right. Is that your turn, Mr. Rage? Any movement? Anything else?
I think I could do much. Okay, yeah, that's all I got for like attacks and stuff. Yeah, I guess I'll move. I'll go there.
All right. That brings us to Finrod. It's your turn, sir.
So I have to do a roll if I do all 4 charges, don't I?
For your gauntlets, yes. Just to see if it explodes or not. Basically, it should be listed for the weapon. It's like you have to make a roll to make sure it doesn't
the
like fault.
faults.
Yeah.
The fault table. Check. Is it just a flat 13?
Yes.
Or I mean, like a flat, like just roll and I have to hit 13 or better. Let's rephrase that. But you said yes.
Yeah.
I'm just debating. It is the fun fight. 8. What's that? I rolled a 5, which means I'm unable to use Vault Breaker, which I was not going to use, so I am fine with the fact that Vault Breaker happened.
I'm fine with it, thank you.
Because all 4 charges are going into Assault then.
Fair enough.
So that means I have an additional 4d8 lightning damage to roll per hit
Oof.
for a minute. So that goes with my haste potion for the minute. So that'll... I'm going all in.
Yeah.
And let's see. I do what the 20 feet.
Oh yeah, don't forget you have haste as well from your potion.
Yeah, no, I know. That's definitely a note that. So let's see. 5, 6, 7. So I can move up 2. And then I'm straight charging Tovar.
Very good.
That gives me my roll. All right, so I'm gonna have what, 4? Technically, I have 4 actions for
Yes.
attack actions, and then I have my bonus action.
Yes.
So I'm gonna roll the Lion's Gauntlet 6 times and use 1 key to use Flurry of Blows for that 6 times.
There you go.
So 16 plus 9.
If you beat a 16, you break his armor. So you beat it.
Okay. I rolled 2 25s so far. That is I got a nat 1 on 1 attack.
Oof.
And then I got a 19. So that's 3 hits
Yep.
so far. I got a total of 4 hits. I rolled a 9 to 11 on the second one. That missed.
Yep.
So, let's see. 4 hits are 3d6s. Oh god, the math. It's becoming real.
Yep.
Ah!
2d6 per hit.
Yeah, 2d6 per
So-
hit plus 4d8.
So
So it's 2d6 plus 4d8 per hit.
Yeah.
Nice. So it would be 8d6 and
6s and 16.
16d8. Yeah.
You know what? I'm just going to roll that here. So you said...
Yeah. It's 8d6 and 16d8.
16.
Because that's a lot.
It is.
I ain't going to sit here and roll
Mhm.
that.
Yeah. Don't do
don't
that.
blame you. 105. Holy fuck.
105 plus 3, 6, 12. Plus 12, so 117. Because it's 2d6 plus 3 for the hit
Yep.
on the gauntlets.
And is that bludgeoning or thunder in total? Like, what type of damage is it?
So it is a mix of bludgeoning and thunder.
Mm-hmm.
So the D8s for thunder, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the D8s were the thunder, and then the D6s were the bludgeoning.
Hate that it won't expand the roll so I can see it. Oh, there it
Can
is.
you
Oh, it
hover
did.
over that number?
There, I got it. I
I'm
figured it
actually
out.
doing
So it was total 105. So it would be 8, 10, 15, 21, 23, 29 bludgeoning, which would be reduced to 14 because he's raging. And then, so the 29 out of 105. Let's do 105 minus 29. 76 straight thunder. Because he doesn't have resistance against that.
Be another 6 that's having the regular damage.
Yeah.
Roll.
Yep. So yeah, you thump him real hard with that assault. It's you do a bunch of monk hits and you just see him kind of go down to a knee as you just thumped his chest with all those hits. It's definitely a lot of dabblage that was done. It's a lot of dabblage. What else you got?
I've been waiting to spar with you a good time.
Is that all your actions, Finron?
Yup.
All right.
That was both my actions plus the bonus.
Brings us to Kavral. Mr. Kavral. What do?
Cannot get there.
You can't get there.
Okay, I'm gonna go here and I'm going to cast Spirit Shroud, which is another 3rd level spell that I apparently have now.
So he does give attacking up against you, but he misses. So continue.
Okay, and Spirit Shroud is for another concentration up to 1 minute, and it's a bonus action to do that. So that used up my bonus action. But if any attack I make deals 1d8 extra damage when I hit a creature within 10 feet of me, and I get to choose between Radiant, Necrotic, or Cold, which I'm going to be choosing Radiant.
Very good.
And in addition, any creature of my choice that I can see that starts its turn within 10 feet of me has its speed reduced by 10 feet until the start of my next turn.
Very good.
So I guess I would be. He's the only one within 10 feet, so that would be on him. And then I'm going to do my attacks now.
Very good. Very good. Do your thumpy thumps.
Yes. And I technically have 2 actions because I drank the hate potion that gave me haste as well.
Mm-hmm.
So I've got a total of 4 attacks to do.
Yep.
The first one is a that was a 19 plus 15 to hit. So
Yep. That's
yeah.
a hit. You did it.
17 plus 15 to hit.
Yep.
8 plus 15, so 23. 23? Yeah.
Yep. Yep.
And another 15 plus 15, so 30.
Yep. You did it. You landed all those boppins.
Okay. And my weapon is a D10 damage.
That is correctamundo.
And then I will need to roll the. I think that was D8 damage for the other
Yes.
thing, so I'm gonna have to roll that on here for the extra damage because I don't have my D8 still.
Yes.
I will roll the straight damage first. 5, 11. Wait, no, this isn't the right dice. This isn't my D10. Here's my D10. That's not, 11. Wait a second. That's all right. Okay, so I will be rerolling. 7, and then 10, and then 6, and then 6 again. So
29.
20, yeah, and then the additional 4 hits of radiant damage, which would be roll 4d8, an additional 23 radiant.
All right. So you just thump him with your war pick, and you knock him down as you think that he's just unconscious. But you see that he's still wearing that armor that you left him with, the armor of the Wolf King. And as he's knocked down, you see him, the armor kind of constrict and thump his chest as it pulls him back up. As he comes back with that, so he is at that many hit points. And so he is still standing for the time being. All right. Anything else on your turn, Mr. Coverall?
I don't get a second bonus action with the haste, do I?
No, just action.
No. Okay, then yeah, that's all I can do then.
All right. Which brings us to Fausta's turn, who is going to step off his throne, and he's going to pull out this scythe off his back. Looks like it's made of an organic blade on the end. And he's going to use it to essentially leap at the two of you. So he's going to move his 30, and then he's going to leap behind you and do a slashy hit. So that's going to be a dex save. So I need a dex save from Kovral and Finraud, as well as from Mr. Tovar.
How do we each get a use of the lucky from the rabbit's foot, or is that only a one charge?
You
We
each get a
all have
lucky
a,
from the
rabbit.
rabbit's foot. Yeah.
Oh, we all got a rabbit's
Yeah, we
foot?
got 3.
Okay.
We had 3 rabbit's foot, so we all got 1.
I'm going to use that to reroll my thing.
Very good.
Then I'm a 21
All right.
because of I'm guessing I still get his or wait.
Yeah, you
Actually,
get a
yeah,
plus
22.
1.
I'm sorry. 21 without his plus 1.
Mm-hmm.
2 if I get it.
I have a 18 in total.
All right. So you two would wind up taking 4 slashing from his leap.
So this is if an effect allows half damage on success, I can use my reaction to take no damage. That would
Yes.
work for this.
Yeah, it's a save.
I will use my reaction then to do that.
Very good. All right, and so that is his jumpy, and He's going to.
There.
He jumped next to you guys. Yes.
That would give an attack a pop.
It would if he didn't
Oh,
jump
right.
there.
I should
Oh, if you
say,
didn't
I don't
jump
know
there.
if
Okay.
it counts because
That's
I
why I'm
re-rolled.
asking.
Mhm.
So I don't know if it counts because I re-rolled it with the lucky, but I did get a nat 1 for if that does count towards the dreads. I forgot to ask
Nah,
that.
you're fine. Yeah, appreciate it. So he, for his bonus action, he's going to look at you, Finrod, and he's just gonna like palm hill strike you in the chest with ensnaring strike. So he's going to do that. So I need you to give me a strength save.
Strength save.
Yes.
I'm gonna use the lucky.
All right.
No, did you get that one as well?
No, I got a 3.
Oh, okay. So
It's bad.
that's yeah.
I got a 14 that time.
So you are ensnared, and you take Argobargo.
I don't know if it would make a difference, but that was that with the +1 from my order.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I rolled a 7. I have a +6. So
Yeah. So you will be
Plus 1
ensnared,
d4.
and you'll take 10 piercing.
damage.
And while restrained, you'll take 3d6 at the start of each of your turns. You can try and make a strength check against it to break out at the start of your next turn.
Yep.
Alrighty. And that's what he has, which brings us to Tovar, who is going to, because he just technically didn't get knocked unconscious. He did, so he'll pop rage again as a bonus. And then he's just going to do big swonks on Finrod as he feels obliged to just give him big swonkies. And I'm going to use a dread to re-roll that one.
He's in a swanky kind of mood.
And so he gets
My-
a dirty
my
20 on
AC
the
is
first.
16.
Yeah, dirty 20 on the first, and then a 15 on the second. My God. Cannot win. So you were going to take 16 slashing from that.
And I used my reaction to take no damage, so I can't use my reaction to impose disadvantage. Damn it.
Oh no! What a terrible shame. So sad. So sad. I show you what. So sad. Yes. So that's him, which then brings us to Mandy.
Sure, Shad, he says, practically salivating at the damage.
So sad. Yes, quite.
Be careful. He might start talking about painting your Yoo-hoo gold. We might need to run.
So she's gonna cast Sunbeam, which is a 60-foot line from herself. So I'm gonna need a nice little line, and we're gonna make it yellow. That is 5 foot wide. So do I still have those props in here somewhere? I do. Hooray! So make it easier. Hiya. And so it is 60 foot. Ugh, I wish it was easier to rotate it from like a singular pivot point, but you know, whatever.
Really isn't.
So she's just gonna thump everybody in that general direction. So at this point, everyone who is touched by it needs to make a con save, please. A Constitution save.
A natural 20, fuck yeah!
There you go.
I got a 21.
All right. And so I need to see what Tovar gets. Very good. So Fausta winds up taking a significant amount of damage from it. Because you see, as she fires this beam, that unlike the magic and such that you used before, it doesn't seem to ignore quote unquote friendlies. So he takes, yeah, he takes significant bit. Tovar takes a bit of dabblage, and then you guys, because you both saved it, will take 16 radiant dabblage and not be blinded immediately.
16 damage added.
Just like that, had my health gone.
Oh no!
I came in swinging too hard. They realize I'm a threat.
Mm-hmm. And then for her bonus, she is going to cast Healing Word on Tovar. I'm going to use a Dread to reroll that. So I'm down to 3. And so he gains 15 Healies. And that is her turn, which brings us to Rage.
Alrighty then. I'm gonna use the Scroll of Gaze that I have
Yep.
to take control of Mandy.
Alrighty.
She must succeed a Wisdom saving throw or become charmed by me for the duration. I don't have a duration.
So
If
she...
it's the typical charm, it's an hour, I think.
Yeah.
Okay.
So she has advantage on being charmed. So she got an 18 on her wisdom save.
Goddamn.
Yeah, that's an advantage of being an elf.
Here.
If she didn't have that advantage, she totally would have fallen because she got like a 7 on the first one.
It doesn't say what's supposed to happen if she succeeds it. I guess it's just not charmed.
Yeah, it's just nothing.
Yeah, basically it's like any other charm spell. If it doesn't proc, then it's just nothing happens.
Oh, okay. So that scroll's gone now, right?
Yes.
Cool.
Good,
Awesome.
good.
Fucking
It was a
level 5 scroll for nothing. Fuck you, shut up.
It's a good fucking plan.
I'm
It's just she
then
has
going
advantage.
to take my Terror's Reign. I'm going to shoot Fausta once.
All right.
Because I still have Hell of Thorns, because that wasn't considered a
Yeah, it's not
what do you call it?
concentration. Yes, you can do it.
Concentration. Thank you. So 1 to Fausta, 2nd to Tovar, Horde Breaker into Fausta.
All right. Roll your hits.
21 on the first.
That is a miss.
Okay. Second one is a 25.
That is a
on
hit.
Tovar. Alright, so I'm going to throw that damage real quick.
And because you did land the hit on Tovar, your Horde Breaker still procs.
Pop up. Okay. 32 initial.
That 32 is
And
piercing.
then, yeah.
Okay.
And then 19 for Hail of Thorns.
Which is also
Which-
piercing.
Yeah, piercing.
Yep.
And then Hordebreaker pops into. Okay. That would be a nat 20, so 31.
Yeah, that's a hit.
It fucking better be.
Surprise!
Nothing else.
Surprise!
That would be 67 damage there. And then another round of Hail of Thorns. It's going to be 16.
All right.
So, yeah, let's do this math real quick.
Yeah. So I am doing currently a.
So 32 plus 16 in a Tovar. 32 plus 19 plus 16 in a Tovar.
Yeah, Tovar goes down. He is down and out. I'm doing some rolls for him real quick. So. Oh no, he already did that. So he is. Oh no, it's because they didn't do it yet. Yeah. So yeah, he fails his saves and he is out.
Okay, and then that would be 19 plus 67 plus 16 into.
Yes. You hit Fausto with all of that, and you see that he is full of holes, the green smoke kind of seeping out from between his armor plating as he's still standing, even with all that damage, because there's only one thing that can kill him. All right, so Tovar is out, and that is your hits. Fausta is still, or Manx is still standing due to his supernatural behavior. And then Mr. Rage, is that all you got?
I mean, yeah, since you know, locked me in my scroll.
Yeah, that's totally my fault on that. My fault, Sag.
It was.
Finrod, it's you.
So it's 3d6 right now. You said at the start of my
It's
turn.
3d6 dabblage. So I will roll that for you.
That
16 piercing.
16.
Yep.
And then I get a chance to break out.
Yep. Strength check.
Well, damn, son. 18.
You break out and you're no longer restrained, or entangled, whichever you want to call it. You're able to move around and do shit. Congratulations.
No
Did I
longer
lose it?
retangled.
Did I lose an action from that, or?
I would say that was a bonus action because you're basically just pulling at vines on your legs.
All right. Is that what I was thinking of doing? All right, can't do that.
But you could pull from the deck.
There is intimidation. I was thinking about it. to
You
be
could pull
honest.
Exodia. Who's to say?
Or I could pull death
Yes.
and have a 1v1 death battle.
Yeah.
There
Yeah.
it is.
There's a lot of things you could do. It could be really neat.
Because, the only person that can actually end Fausta is Kofral.
Yes. That you are aware of, yes.
Can I just say that I love how Burns just in here with the, like, you know, you want to be one of the cool kids energy.
Yeah, be one of the
I
cool
mean, him and
guys.
I were talking about doing something with the deck of cards, like, for a while.
You could be one of the cool guys.
You know, cool person would have pulled from the deck of cards.
Yeah, would pull from the deck of cards in the last few minutes of this combat. You know, just if you really want to be a cool guy, go out with a bang. You know, you do it.
You know what? Fuck it. Let's go.
All right.
Let's have some drama in this.
I love
That
it.
did not take much convincing
That
whatsoever.
didn't.
I was already gonna do it, and then I was starting to.
I didn't realize Nosh was here.
My God, the fucking peer pressure wasn't all that real. You should think about.
It was literally like me and him
All right.
playing off the mock of it,
I
and you were like,
know.
All right.
"We're gonna do it."
Here we
I'm really
go.
glad we're not in high school again. Just saying.
I mean, I really wanted to do it, and then just to
All
continue
right,
talking,
so
I'm like,
1,
alright,
2,
you're just making me
3,
more
4,
wanna
5,
do
6. And that. All right, so you pull. All right, well let's back this up. How many cards are you drawing? You can draw as many as you want, but you have to take the effects of each
And
one
it
that's drawn.
goes in order
Yes.
to as they're drawn.
Yes.
This. For the extra drama effect, I'm rolling a 1d4.
Oh, jeez. All right. Make it happen, Captain.
Well, guys, it's nice knowing you all.
You just fucking jeez, Mary. All right.
I rolled a 1.
Huh. All right. Do you want
This is
to
fun.
do you want to stick with the 1 or do you want to go for the full 4?
I'm
Like
sticking
what's your
to-
Look,
I'm sticking to the
stop with the
roll.
peer pressure. We know he's fucking like.
All right. We'll stick with just the 1 draw.
I'm sticking.
All right. So 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14. Oh, this is the one I wanted you to pull. Oh, I love this.
Oh shit!
I love this for me.
I die.
No. Close, but no. So you pull this card out that just has a skull in the center of it.
That one.
Exotic. Oops.
Exodia, oopsie. As you pull this card out and it puffs into a black dust around you, you realize that that was not the card you wanted, as the Grim Reaper shows up next to you.
Ah, death.
And warns the party that no one is allowed to interfere with this fight, as he has now been summoned to take Finrod to the afterlife.
Pull the Deadpool and fucking make him fall in love with you.
All right. Is it funny how I called that card too?
I mean, yeah.
Oh, I should have fucking waited to use my scroll. Son of a bitch. That would have been fun.
Trying to charm death.
That would have been fun.
It's immune to charm, so as much as that would have been funny.
Oh,
Yeah. It's the avatar of death. It's not something that you could just, like, pull on. So what's your maximum hit points, Finrod?
My max
yeah.
is 87.
87. All right, cool. So it has 43. Yeah, and it strikes you real good. Because it just auto hits. By the way, it has hit scan.
Hey, it's the hit scan.
It has fucking hit scan. And it deals 11 slashing and 2 necrotic.
Oh, right off of it.
Right off the get-go. Yep.
So that's 11 damage, 13 technically,
Yep.
and 2 that can't be healed back. So technically,
Yep.
my max is 85 right now.
Yep.
So let's just put the max HP modifier -2 to help myself with that. I still have an action, correct?
Yes, you still have everything else. It's just that now you have the Avatar of Death in front of you. So, you know.
Do I have 2 actions, and you're letting that cards be that a free action for the fun of it, or?
Sure. Why the fuck not? This is the final act. You guys are essentially in the middle of the boss fight. Like, sure. Why the fuck not? Take the second action.
Dang, dang,
This
dang.
become 2 boss fights now.
Yeah.
I'm on my own. Well, you guys finish off that.
Oh, by the way,
Bosses, sounds fun.
if you get reduced to 0, you don't come
die.
back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know.
Which
This.
So don't do that.
Really is kind of irritating because I was going to heal him on my next turn, but I'm pretty sure that counts as interfering now, so I can't
It
do
does.
that.
You're good.
I mean,
The reason I was
so
asking
you
if I
can,
had
you would just summon one for yourself as well. That's the cost of interfering.
You don't need to interfere. I'll be fine. Only because since I have 2 actions, I'm gonna drink my potion of supreme healing right now.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Roll the dice. Get all that Healy back. Punch the Grim
10.
Reaper in the mouth.
10d4 plus 20. Alright.
Here, I'm rolling on an owlbear for you to see it, unless you want to roll it there.
That's fine. I just went to Owlbear.
Alright, plus 20, and fucking send it. You get 48 hit points back.
48.
That's essentially the Reaper's health, and it's just like, sup, motherfucker? Surprise.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, what? How much key do I have left? I have 11. So, I'm gonna use my favorite.
Your
Cleanse of the
favorite.
Phoenix.
There you go.
So you need to do a dex save of 14.
Mm-hmm. Making sure he's not proficient in it, which he isn't. So it's just a 3. Hiya! You got a 14. So he takes full damage.
23.
23. So you reduced it to half health. All right. Anything else you'd like to do, Finrod? Anything else in your pockets? You want to run your pockets a little more?
My pockets. Right now I'm good. I got
All right.
everything else.
Thank you, Gollum. Kafral, it is now your turn, sir.
The bag of holding and look. Pockets, what I
What's
got
in there?
They're really
What's
deep.
in? Oh, look, a holy hand grenade. Pump. All right, Kafral, it is your turn, sir.
Alright, oh. Seeing as my main target is right beside me anyways, and I'm not supposed to interfere with the duel, I'm going to do my 4 attacks on him.
Very good.
I'm going to cast. I think. Where's my? Yes, it is bonus action. I am going to cast Blinding Smite for my last 3rd level slot, and give myself an additional 3d8 radiant damage to the target.
Very good.
Hit, and he's already blind, so that doesn't really matter, but it does a lot of radiant damage.
Oh, yes.
So now I will...
You will have advantage because he's blinded.
So I get to roll 8 dice!
Yes.
Well, the first one is a 19 plus 15 to hit.
That's a hit.
And 18 or 6, so 18 plus 15 to hit.
That's a hit.
3 or 16, so 16 plus 15 to hit.
That's a hit.
And 4 or 1, so for 19 to hit.
That last one does not hit. So you got 3 hits.
Alright then. There's my D10. That is 4, 6, and plus 6 again. So 16 damage for the basic damage.
So
Plus
you don't
11.
have to worry about rolling your damage because this is what's going to happen.
Okay, fair enough.
So you just run up with the war pick, and you just slam into him 3 times. Just you get him twice in the leg, once in the leg, once in the chest, once in the back, as each hit cracks his armor. Not like you've seen, like with regular armor breaking, but almost akin to those insectoid creatures you fought, where its armor falls away and shows this weird amalgamation of flesh and metal underneath of it, as just this green vapor begins to leak from these massive fissures you've put in, as he just starts screaming as just the pain starts to flow through him. And he falls down to his knees as he starts grabbing at his skin. As you can see these almost fiery-like veins crawl up through it. And you see this flash of green light as this green vapor-like specter leaves the body of Fausta as he falls down unconscious. I'll just quickly bonk him with. As he falls down unconscious and the specter finds its way back to the throne. So I don't have my oops anymore. That's weird. Anyway, yeah. So specter finds itself on or in the throne as you see just green vapor swirling around and following the cracks of the obsidian as it sinks deeper and deeper into it.
I guess I'll move 30 feet towards the throne.
Alrighty. Which brings us to Fausta, which he's unconscious, can't do anything. Which brings us to Mandy, as she is still trying to remove you from the playing field. And so she sees you running towards the throne, And let me double check her actions because she's got weird stuff going on. Cool, so that's not a problem. So she casts Ice Knife at level 5 at you. Roll to hit. I'm going to use one of my last dreads to fix that. She gets a 24 to hit you.
Yeah, I think that matches my AC.
Yeah.
With bonuses from my ring and stuff.
It's a beaten meat. So if it meets it, it beats it. So you will take 6 piercing on the top, and you will then take an additional 5d6 cold from the explosion. So you'll take 17 cold as well from the knife hitting you.
Wait. Do I get extra movement speed with haste?
I think you get half your movement speed in addition. So if you move 30, you move 45.
Then I would have been able to be right here then.
All right. Well, you make it to the
Okay.
throne.
Sorry,
Yeah,
I
you're fine.
forgot about that.
So you make it to the throne as you get hit with the ice knife in the butt. You just take it to the back. It's sad, sad boy times.
You also get +2 to your AC.
Oh,
Oh, right. So that
Well,
wouldn't hit me then, because I
yeah,
have
so-
an additional. Because my AC would be at 26 then.
yep. Which then you need to make me. So you wouldn't take the 6 piercing, but you need to make me a dex save.
You also get advantage on dex saves.
Then you also get advantage on dex saves because of haste.
Oh, shit. That is a 16 for the first in total. Yeah, so that's the better roll. I got a 16.
All right. So that. Make sure I'm reading it right. Yep. So that would beat the save. So you would take half of the 66. So you would take
So instead of
8.
17. Okay.
You would take 8. 8 cold instead of 17.
I'm just going to heal 17 damage. Okay.
All right, and then yeah, very good. The fucking. Does she have anything else useful? Not really. Okay, so she'll cast Healing Word on herself. Ha ha! And she'll gain 10. Huzzah! Not gonna mean much, but you know it's something. All right, and then that's her turn, which then brings us to Rage off the nuts. What you got?
Can I swap my turn with Koval?
You can delay your turn, sure. If you delay your turn, you put yourself at the bottom of the turn order, which will be after Kavral.
Okay, then yeah, I'll do that because I mean, is there really a reason for me to do anything right now?
I mean, it's up to you. If you just want to do like movement, or if you just want to delay your turn in general.
I'll delay it in general.
Okay. All right. So Rage delays, which brings us to Finrod, who's fighting the Avatar of Death, who's currently at 22 hit points.
And we're ready for another flames.
Punch him. Do the thing. Punch the spirit of death. Definitely not the weirdest thing I've ever said.
Oh, I was gonna do a flames with the Phoenix.
I mean, that's whatever floats your boat. Like, honestly. Like,
If he lives from this, I've got plenty of punchies left in.
if he lives from
Another
this...
action, plus a bonus action still, so.
There you go.
But I'm gonna start off with flames of the Phoenix.
Nice, nice, nice.
So it's a dex save. From him.
All right. Dex save from him. Hiya. He fails it like a chump.
32.
30. Jesus, you evaporate him. He just, you hear,
Wow.
ah! As he just gets evaporated.
I want to twirl my sides saying maybe I'm deaf.
Don't give
That's-
yourself, do not give yourself a fucking ego. That's how you're gonna get
That's
crumple
fucking
fucked.
great.
You're gonna get fucking crumple fucked. All right.
That was just one of my actions.
Yeah.
I have 110 movement, by the way, because your movement speed's actually doubled
It's
when you
fucking
have haste, because I
doubled.
was just reading it.
Oh
Yeah.
Jesus! All right. All right. Where are you
I
going?
can just zoom around the map.
Where are you going? Where are you going with your fucking feet there, champ? You're gonna go just that.
I think he was already moving me to what.
No, I was trying to measure it, but apparently I grabbed the border. Apparently.
No, I know.
Wow.
I saw that, but I was just like, well, Cobra all knows where I'm going.
All right. So you move and punchies now, I guess. Is that what
Yep,
you're
we're
doing?
going in with the punchies.
All right. Oh no.
He gonna go fist of the Northern Star. Oh no.
Oh dear God.
All right, this one's on an angle. And honestly, it looks like it's on 18, but it's also between the 5, and I'm just gonna re-roll that one.
There you
Yep,
go.
it's
Yeah,
cocked.
it's
That is
cocked to
roll it.
roll it. No.
So glad I delayed my turn.
Yeah.
So I rolled just without my bonuses a 16 and a 19. I'm pretty sure that hits.
Yeah. Both of those hit. Yeah.
So that is what? 46. 1, 2, 3, 4. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Roll. 58 plus 6 is what? 64 damage.
You. Yeah. You thump the literal shit out of the druid. So, yeah, you just knock her into next Tuesday.
Thank
So-
you for that one.
Yeah.
So he's gonna see her next Tuesday.
That's exactly what just went through my mind. I hate you.
I didn't say it.
Yeah, it's you just Dunyan rings just gets thumped real hard. And
And then, let's see. Just gonna come stand next to Cobra now.
He's gonna come stand next to him. All right, and then that brings us to Rage's turn.
I'm gonna go on that side, just because we're rages.
Cavral's turn, right?
Oh yeah, Kavral's turn. Yes, of course. Completely fucking forgot. Kavral's turn.
Yeah, jeez. Wow.
Yeah, geez, God. Oh wow, wow.
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 I'm gonna lay into the throne and try to start to destroy it.
All right.
So, we'll make 4 hits. Well, the first one is it's 18 in total to hit.
Yeah, it's a hit.
Fair. Second one is a 29 in total. 17 plus 15. 11 plus 50. Okay, if the first one was hit, all 4 are hits then.
Yeah, it's you just start slamming into the throne as you see the special form of Mangst just kind of appear in front of it as he's just screaming as you were just bashing the shit out of this throne until your last swing comes down. You put all of your force behind it as The throne begins to fully crack and then fall to pieces as it just shatters. The specter of Manx coming out as it just gets vaporized by the hammer, or as the war pick, as you just see him and you just whack-a-mole, and he just vaporizes into nothingness.
And thus, the traditional dwarven sport of whack-a-mole was invented.
And so, at this point, you guys come out of initiative. Rage, you still have your thing if you wish to do it.
No, I wanted to make sure I didn't waste any more shots. I only had 3 left.
Fair enough.
Oh, but if he breaks the throne and it's over, then Manny's done for anyway. So like, I'll just let him do what he's gonna do.
Yeah. So the throne breaks. You whack-a-mole the spirit of Mangst, and as you are all standing there, you feel the necropolis becomes very quiet as the 3 of you, as you kind of converge closer to the throne. Now, with this fight being done, you see a wounded Fausta slowly crawling towards the throne with one arm, trying to reach out and touch it as if looking for something that has been lost. He just looks up at you and goes, "What did you take from me? I found that so many centuries ago, and I could have finally fixed everything that was broken in this world."
Brell's gonna walk up, crouch down in front of him, and look at him and say, "The same thing you took from us. Everything." And just walk away.
Very good.
Is that all he needs to say?
He's just kind of slowly crawling towards the throne, kind of just reaching for it. But that's all he really has to say. He's just very quiet as he's going towards it.
Okay, I'm gonna do my thing. I'm gonna do it. Fuck
Okay.
it. I'm gonna stand right next to him, barrel point the back of his head, and just 3 shots.
You do it, and you end the legacy and story of Fausta the Unfaltered, as he is reduced to mush underneath your boots, as he was reduced from the Mad King Mangst and then was fallen as Fausta the Unfaltered. And at this point is when you begin to feel the necropolis shift under your feet. As much to what Thurlby said, it begins to sink back from whence it came. The bracelet on your wrist, Rage, begins to shake violently.
What? How could it shake? He broke the building down. As I'm like staring at my wrist.
It shakes so violently, it actually throws itself off your wrist and is on the floor, kind of just vibrating intensely.
Excuse me, DM. I was waiting for the other characters to want to roleplay a little bit, okay?
I'm
Yeah.
sorry, I was just telling you what was
no.
happening.
Okay. I'm just messing with you.
I was just
Okay.
gonna say maybe perhaps it reverted to the previous location when the fortress fell.
I guess we'll see. Do I need to say it? Because you said it flew off
Yes.
my wrist.
Yep.
Okay. Unforeseen consequences.
The bracelet, as it continues to violently shake, breaks off into its fragments and shakingly forms what looks to be extremely damaged doorway. and it seems that it's able to be opened. Just it seems extremely damaged and unstable. And as the doorway sits there, you can feel the ground around you begin to shake even more violently as stones begin to fall from the ceiling.
Well, it's either be try our luck through that or get crushed in here. I'm running to the portal.
Bye.
There's one going to move on.
The three of you push open the door, and as you rush through, you trip over rubble as you fall flat as the door closes behind you, as you see the necropolis begin to completely, fully, and collapse. And you find yourself in the middle of a ruined spectacle of the Silverthorn Keep. A single generator that Thurlby had created to form the gateway in the first place, still running, and as you pass through, just kind of pitters out and turns off. The door behind you shrinking down and breaking in on itself as it just falls apart like loose planks. And for some reason, it believes that I am still trying to move something, so I'm going back into Albert so I can swap the scene, or if it will let me, which it won't. Wonderful. So something is goofed. Don't know what, but something is goofed. And one of the first things that Finrod does once he leaves the thing is that you are all sitting there, and the deck falls out of his pocket as he pulls a card. And it is exactly what you wanted. What? Yeah, it's the moon card. I love that visceral. What?
What the fuck?
It is you gain one wish. A singular wish spell. And as that card is pulled, and it kind of falls out of the pocket, as you see it be the moon card, as it burns brightly like the sun itself, as a brass ring with a single amber gem sits on your finger now to represent the wish, the deck just vaporizes and disappears into dust along the winds.
We collected the Dragon Balls.
Basically, I want like everyone that's helped us all along the way to like come back.
You are essentially doing a Dragon Ball thing, huh? Just
Yeah,
everyone who was killed by Frieza, I
no,
want to come back.
Everyone that was killed by this.
That's why I said we collected the Dragon
Yeah.
Balls. I knew what was coming.
So, you land, the card is pulled, the wish is given, and you find yourself surrounded by rubble. You see the rest of your compatriots that have fallen. You see the bodies where the insectoid warriors have fallen over and have become inert, no longer moving. As you stand up, this ring on your finger, the balls are inert. You also see that the gauntlets have released themselves from your arms, and so you can see the ring is on your finger. And you stand up, and you see this wreckage and damage all around you, and you hold the ring between your fingers, and you wish for all those who have helped you along the way, all those who have fell in the name of saving Etheria from itself, to come back, to be essentially reborn and resurrected as is seen fit. And as you cast that spell, as you hope to dear life that it works, you just hear a deep voice in the horizon go, "Your wish has been granted."
Hey,
As,
Chris,
And a giant dragon flies off.
as you see a blinding pulse of light emits from where you stand in Silverthorn Keep, as it just billows across the land, and for a moment everything lays perfectly still. Until people start to get up. Those who were afflicted by the malformation of the insectoid curse seem to rise up out of fallen apart carapaces that dispense themselves across the ground, almost like a butterfly coming out of a chrysalis. They're covered in goo and gross and they're naked, but they're alive. And you just see that everyone in the city that you can see begins to rise up. You see Sly Marbo gets up. The first captain of the Purgators gets up. The other paladins, the Warforged, Christian, Thurlby, Greg, and his brothers, Eris and Fang, the goblin, the dwarves who held the kitchen, the engineers who built the keep, all these people who had been pulled into a war no one wanted, just kind of stand up and look around, blinking into the sun as if they've been held in the darkness and born into a new life. Thurlby gets himself up, looks at his hands, looks at his body, the wounds that he had suffered, gone. He sees everyone else doing the same, and he turns to you as he sees the ring that was on your finger puff into dust and fly along the winds. And he looks to the three of you and goes, "Well, I guess you did it. I guess it's all done."
We did what had to be done. It is finished.
He kind of
arrived.
I have arrived. He nods to the three of you and goes, "What are we gonna do now? What happens?"
So,
Help rebuild, I guess, to start.
let's say, yeah, while he says that, I'm lying straight on my back and raise one arm up the air with one finger and go, but first, a nap.
Yes. Well, I guess we've all earned a good amount of that to go around. And he kind of just sits on the ground as you see Greg and his brothers kind of picking themselves up. And you hear voices on the sending stone as the captain of both the Bolt of Etheria and the Albion Navy come across it and go, "For Etheria!" As you hear all the soldiers who have been brought back from death, as they had fought to the last man to give you that chance. You just hear a resounding clanking of weapons against shields as you just hear a resounding call of, "For Etheria!" As they all kind of stand and start to cheer, as even the people who were in this town who were taken and have been brought back have begun to cheer and just look around and just realize that they are now no longer under the threat of a mad king. They are finally free to live their lives without the looming threat of the apocalypse around the corner. And so, the three of you take the most well-deserved and long nap you have had since you were brought into this place, into this timeline and chain of events that brought you to this point. You remember the first day you arrived in Macragge, where it was hit by a spear of ruin and you were forced to go into this quest that brought you across the entirety of Etheria. You found friends and allies. You found betrayal and loss. You lifted those up around you, and you rebuilt those that may not have fully deserved it, but needed it regardless. And now, after everything's been done, the last 2 years having been wrought with pain and suffering, victory and defeat, you now stand on the precipice of having done the impossible. Slayed and sealed away for eternity the entity known as the Mad King, and solidifying yourselves as the heroes of Etheria. We fast forward a few months. Macragge has gone through its rebuilding. The keep has been rebuilt to look even better than it did before. Your trophies laid upon the walls. Greg runs his very successful emporium. You continue to get refugees from this place called the Brink as they bring stories of heroes that are fighting gods. Most of it turned as tall tales, but for the most part it sounds interesting to say the least. The paladins return to the Slanted Keep, not having to be fully deployed. They simply continue what they're doing, teaching the moral compass and such that is required of those who want to be guardians of everything around them. All of the towns begin to rebuild slowly but surely, Macragge becoming the crown jewel of Etheria, as it becomes a center point for trade, for immigration, for reform. The Setlands become one large city again, no longer divided by the river and the feuds of their fathers. The Berserkers rejoin the world, Jarl's Throne becoming a place of training and military prowess. Saints Welcome becoming a place of teaching and understanding. Northam becoming less confusing and the pinnacle of commerce. Blair's Shore rebuilding itself from the consequences of the cheese incident, and then even more so as they become a place of research and understanding of both the occult and the arcane. The new Black Marsh Keep builds itself up as a place to train rangers and hunters to protect the world from the wilderness and also teach them to respect it and understand what truly lives beyond the walls of other cities. Golden Fields becomes prosperous. Broken Earth becomes a true town in its own right, no longer controlled by Albion or the aristocrats that ran it, as Albion becomes a large naval training center and allows for the training and export of naval materials and boats to do better trading and protection of immigration ships and otherwise. The main necropolis that lay in the center of Etheria disappears. What's left behind is simply an empty ocean, a body of water that separates the borders of Etheria. And then it brings us down to what happened to everyone else. Thurlby goes about his days, doing his job as he does best, as over the years he just continues to create items for people. Where he gets them is still hard to tell, but he creates things for adventurers much like yourselves needed. In times of need and in times of great stress, he finds a solution that can possibly bring forth a better future. He still uses his scholarly understandings to help those around him and rebuild everything else, but even more so works with Greg to get what needs to be done to where it needs to be. The Bolt of Etheria and the gnomes upon it build a gracious air transport service from the funding you not only gave them, but the prestige you gave them from having them join you in the final fight for Macragge. So now airships become common in Etheria and prominent in both transportation of goods, people, and services. A lot of the outlying dragon populations that were nuisances that would raid villages and fields are now kept at quarrel because of these airship patrols. And so now farms are able to grow larger and livestock are able to grow more proficiently because without the threat of the dragons and other large flying creatures from taking what has been built. Your impact spread throughout this area, and then it comes to what happened to the three of you. Over the months and years, Finrod would go to build an orphanage. He would go and build something to help those that need a way forward. That the monastery he came from taught that violence was never the answer, that you needed to learn the ways of the world and the elements to bend yourself to be better. He's in turn teaching the next stage of that violence is needed to know peace. The world that he lives in is peaceful because of the violence he had to project. The way he had to learn to fight to protect those around him, and as well as protect his friends, knowing that strength is in numbers and fortitude and the understanding of one's purpose. And thus he gives that to children and orphans that don't seem to be on the right path, even building it to almost a boarding school of sorts. To build a better generation is what he calls it. Kovral would find himself banding with the rest of the Dwarven Warforged. After bringing Christian back up from the dirt, finding that he still lives within his core, going back to Farreach, and building it better than what it was, now that they can be in the open air and they are no longer controlled by the geologists. Kovral finds himself building a Dwarven Tavern Inn, very to his roots, to remind him of where he came from and to entertain those around him that want to remember as well. Of course, because of who he is now, adding a bit of a steampunk twist to have it run off automation and inventions of the other Warforged that he plays with. And staffed, of course, by the rest that he lives with in Farreach. And where he builds this first proprietary end is not within Farreach itself, of course. It's where he first learned everything he needed to do what needed to be done to put Etheria on the right track, to build within the walls of the Slanted Keep, to allow them to not only have the entertainment, but also to show them what can be done with invention and automation, as well as give back to the paladins that served him well underneath the siege of Macragge, but also do his duties as first captain as well. Now, the last thing he works on is a proprietary project that he takes upon himself, working on an underground transportation hub to allow the Slanted Keep to reach other settlements easier and faster, so they're not as separated, allowing them to help out where is needed, their presence making enforcement of rules and such easier, but also making sure that teaching the moralities and keeping people honest is what becomes the most applicable. And now, finally, we find ourselves looking at the future times with Rage the Aarakocra. The other players, of course, sent this to me beforehand, but Mr. Rage, where would you go and what would you do?
Probably build a hut or a house in the mountainous or forest areas of the mountains, and just live my life hunting and living, retiring.
So you take your riches and you retire.
The path of hermitage.
Yes, the hermit. So, Rage, you go towards the mountains, the forests, the places where you feel most at home. Though you've lost some of your own natural parts to the fight that you have found yourself in, it doesn't make you any less of finding your roots. You take the funds that you gained from saving this land and you just go and retire. To put it in a long and short understanding, you take the path of hermitage and you go and rest. sometimes you have to step out as the demon is needed every once in a while. But for the most part, you rest your wings and your legs, hunting for food and enjoying the peace that this forest now gives you, knowing that you are stronger and much more terrifying than anything else that can step out of it. And so, the final one that we need to speak of is, of course... Oh, now I'm blanking on the name. Oh, I'm going to fuck up the epilogue. Shit. I can't think of it. Doesn't matter. Anyway, so with the heroes... I can't... I had it, and it just... out of my head. Doesn't matter. The heroes find themselves where they need to be.
Damn you, Thanos.
Snapped out of existence. The heroes find themselves with a happy lives and just existing as needed. The world sometimes needing a hero and them stepping up to the plate, but for the most part, that's for the new generation. But the last thing you all hear is that you've all taken your lives and do certain things. You all find yourselves meeting up one day. Just in passing, find yourselves going back to Macragge and meeting each other. Thurby, of course, has been running the keep as necessary and using it as a staging point for technology and trade. And he comes up to all of you as you're sitting there and joins you. You speak of what you've been doing. You have food and drink, and you relax and talk about the past, the future, and what may lie ahead. Thurby tells you that a story of what's going on in the Western region. He says that he's not sure how that story will end quite yet, as the reports coming back are strange and all over the place. He hopes that they will find solace and victory where it's needed to be, but we will see. And he tells you, though, that there's something new that has come up. That they've recently found another landmass of this area, now that they have been able to explore more, the ships being able to go out further. And he tells you that there's a number of islands to the south, that there's yet another area to explore. And he looks at you all and goes, if you ever wanted to be pirates, now is your chance. As he just kind of lifts his mug up and drinks back the pint of ale he has in his hand, as you all kind of join in a nice little chuckle, thinking about what it's like to live in a place that's just made of all islands, and the piracy and the naval voyages that would take place as it just kind of fades out. And we finish the camera as we see an Aarakocra walking a road, finishing something that is last on his list.
I had a little bit of a different idea, if you don't mind.
Go for it.
While sitting at the table still with them.
Sure.
So while we're drinking, I'm going to pull out, my pouches of, what we've earned from doing all of this. I'm going to slide half of it to Finrod, the other half to Coverall, and tell them, basically, well, I was able to live a little bit of relaxation, but I need you two to hold on to this for me, because I have a promise to go fulfill. Because if it wasn't for her, we would have never been able to break the throne. Plus, this little bastard's getting annoying.
Oh, the queen.
Before you head off, just to try something, I'm gonna lay my hand on him and
cast. Well, I mean, I only have it at 3rd level. Remove curse.
You
Just in case.
you try to purge it from him, but you see that it is linked farther than a regular curse sits. It's something that becomes almost a part of himself. And unfortunately, as much magic as you push in, it's this curse that's on him is very old and very powerful.
Dying. Well, yeah, shit. It was worth a try.
No, I appreciate your help, but like I said, if she wouldn't have given us her talon, nail, whatever it was, fingernail, I think is what it was, right?
Yeah,
Hey,
Yeah.
one of her
If she
talents.
hadn't had, yeah, if she wouldn't have given us her talon, we would have never been able to defeat him, to defeat Minx. So I'll go fulfill what I promised, and hopefully she doesn't have me do anything too terrible. But if that were to happen, I know 2 people that could kill me pretty easily.
well, let's hope it doesn't come to that.
We swap cameras as we miss you too, Bird. We miss you too, buddy. Coming in for the
I was gonna
finale.
say, uh, Bird was saying, or Nosh was saying how I got his luck with the skull.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. So we swap cameras to an Aarakocra walking a long path down to a set of stairs in a deep forest on an uncharted island within Etheria. We watch him as he goes down sets of gloomy steps through tombs, till he comes across a large skull gate that as he approaches, it opens. He enters the room and he sees the visage of the Norn Queen sitting there, the miasma that she exudes laying across the small demons scattering around like imps. And as he approaches, you see almost a smile crack along her face. She looks to you and just goes, "Ah, I would hope that you were going to come fulfill your promise. Now, as for the details, I know I was very vague on what it was, but I need you to work with someone."
Oh, okay. I mean, I'm here to do what I told you I would do. So, as you wish.
She looks at you and goes, "There has been, since the defeat of Mangst, him being sent back to where he came, as long with the demons and such he has put into service, there has been an influx within the Infernus realm. Such as that is that there is a chance to take more power, even then to balance the scales as needed. Because as one can imagine, not every fiend is as neutral as I am. Now, the person you will be working with is someone I found passing through the ether that I think would be of great service to you on this little crusade of yours. He seems ready to join you." As she just kind of motions her hand down, you see the visage of this very large individual appear in front of you. Stands easily 7'6", is built like a brick house, and has a sword that comes up to his shoulder in his hands. She goes, "This is Tiberius. And I want you to go with him to Infernus and tip the scales as you see fit. You will go forth with my blessing to fulfill the promise you gave to me of your servitude until we finish what needs to be done. And I imagine you would enjoy this, as we're simply going to send you upon them, and only you, with Tiberius as your guide, so that you can rip and tear until it is done. And we fade to black as the finale and conclusion of the Siege of Etheria falls with curtain. The campaign's over, and everything is set where it's supposed to be. And Mr. Bird
Turns back on, and it's just Matthew Broderick in a robe.
da, da, da. But thank you all for being with us on this journey. It has been rough. We've had our ups and downs. We've had our long and short sessions. We've had the loss and gain of players. We have started with lots and ended with little, but we finished everything of where it needed to be. Mangst has been slain. The world has been set right. Everything has been put together again, and promises have been kept. Money has been earned, and everything is set to where it needs to be. And thus ends the first campaign from the Tales from Etheria. And thus ends the tales of Rage the Aarakocra, Finrod the Monk, and Kovral the Paladin. Thank you all for being a part of this. Thank you all to my magical players for being here. If you haven't already followed them, please do. It's time to rage for our amazing Aarakocra Ranger. We have Stealth Rage 7 as our wonderful monk, and of course we have Mr. Rexus as our paladin. The three of them are relatively experienced, but for Mr. Rage, this was his first campaign, and for Mr. Stealth, I believe this was your first, or was it like your second?
This was my first full. I've done a lot of one-shots.
So, big claps to Mr. Rage and Mr. Stealth for doing their first campaign. We've been doing this for over a year now, guys. We've been at this for about 14 months was this campaign. It was about 30, 38, 39 sessions, with a little bit of a hiatus to kind of get everything back together on my end during kids and birthdays and shit. But yeah, that's the end of the first campaign. You can wear your little hats now. Say that you're actually playing a full session, full campaign now, guys. You did it! Woo! But this will be archived on the YouTube channel. So this will be here for anyone to watch it. This is a longer one, but it's because we were wrapping everything up in a nice little bow. Of course, the Discord's always going to be here. The Twitch will always be here. We're going to be working on finishing up the Beyond Etheria Ashes campaign to wrap that up really nicely, as that's getting close to its final arc. And once that's wrapped up, I'm going to spend a couple months, while it's going and wrapping up, working on an expansion set for 5e and other D&D systems to just kind of give more material for things. And then also finishing up the world building for the next area that players could play in. And we'll kind of go from there. So we'll see you guys next time. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being a part of it. I hope you enjoyed it.
No.
What?
No,
What? What?
No. What do we do at the end of every session?
All right, let's do our goods and bads. Let's break it down. Let's do the final breakdown.
The whole campaign, though.
Yeah, all right. Fuck it. Let's do the breakdown of the whole campaign. Let me swap the screen. We're going to swap it to the chatting screen so we don't have to look at the map anymore. And Mr. Bird, I am saddened that you haven't been able to be here with us to finish it. I'm glad you stopped in to see it at least. It's been a very long process. I know you've been doing a lot in your life, and I am so glad to hear that you have been prospering, that you've been having a good time. We miss you a whole hell of a fucking lot in both this campaign and the other one, and we hope to see you back soon with us. you know, we want you back in here. We want you back in goofing around because you definitely played some interesting characters and you have grown a lot as a role player, even when you're short time with us, as much as Mr. Stealth and Mr. Rage have also grown as role players as well. So now let's do the big breakdown of the entire campaign. Now, we could sit here and we could rant for hours about what happened and how it should have been, but let's not. So let's try to keep it short and concise. Let's pick some good points that we can pull from, some good ups, some good downs, big memorable moments that will stick with you, things along that line. So let's start with Mr. Rage.
Yeah, so I mean, the pile driving of the fucking alligator was still fantastic.
It
I
still
wish we'd have gotten that
still
animation.
lives. Yeah.
That's the only thing. You know, losing some members definitely sucked. That was, you know, it is what it is. I understand it, but still sucked. Yeah, I mean, I have to second you. The growth of everyone being able to play their characters. I mean, you could definitely tell from day one to now. And I finally got my Gal 8.
Yeah. You got your Gal 8 moment.
Finally got the moment. The fucking monk just, I don't know. I think that was the most damage that wasn't an emphasis roll ever.
Yeah.
This campaign. So
that was some fucking burst DPS out of the monk.
Oh,
that was sexy. That was some good shit.
That was
when
like,
he was just like,
what
oh,
you do
so
in
it's
RPGs.
yeah, dude. He was like, when you were like 8d10 or 8d8s, and then it's 8d10s and 16d8s or some shit like that. Like, what the fuck is he doing?
It was a bunch of D6s and a bunch of D8s, yeah.
Yeah.
That's what it was. Yeah.
It was just fucking insane.
Just, I was like, he's gonna nuke the place. Like, what the fuck?
He's gonna fucking nuke some dude. Just, hey, we have these potions of haste. Boom, boom. Just fucking crumped people.
Yeah.
I just,
no, I mean, it was really good. It was really fun.
It's why I hate people sleep on haste.
Yeah. I'm gonna miss it. And then I guess one final question about this.
Yeah.
Levels?
I would say that at the end of this, if you guys want to archive your characters to have for later as callbacks or whatever, you guys would essentially hit level 15 after all the benchmarks. So you guys would be level 15 adventurers and you'd be retired. So if at any point you guys get called back, you know, as a callback, or if we pull a retiree campaign out at some point, like a little one shot of like, oh, hey, someone's attacking the village, go kick their ass. And it's just like, you know, something funny. But yeah, so you guys would be level 15. So if you want to archive them that way. But yeah, I'm excited for the next set. I'm glad you had fun, Mr. Rage. I'm glad it's been a good experience for you.
Yeah, I enjoyed it. I think my wife did too. She's the one that pushed me to do it. So, I guess kudos to her.
Yeah. Good on you, Mrs. Rage.
Enjoying it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Even though everything is still moist.
Oh, everything will always be moist. So moist. No, I think I have to turn the AC on. I'm too moist.
She says, "Yay! Yes, I did. I look forward to more."
Awesome. That's what I
and
love
then
to
fuck
hear.
off.
Yeah, fair enough.
Oh god.
Earn that one.
Or definitely did.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. All right. Well, then that brings us to Mr. Nez, Mr. Stealth, Mr. Finrod. Big ups, big downs, big memorable moments.
So my most memorable moment is, so I just get in my house. I don't have my PC set up yet. I'm watching the campaign, not part of it, and I hit shield mode on Rage's stream. For episode 0.
Oh, yeah. I'm not in there yet, but I hit the button. I touched the forbidden button.
To be honest, like, it's funny how, like, this campaign basically started, like, when I got in my house and ending, what,
Like,
been almost 2 years. We took a break.
yeah,
So
we took a
like,
break for a bit, so it was like it's been easily 16-ish months of us doing this and like really getting into it. Like I made affiliate on one of our first sessions and just like it's been a fucking ride, you know.
Oh, yeah.
I did love calling the death.
Yeah, just you called both cards you pulled. I hate you. Like,
Yeah.
he called that he was like, I'm gonna definitely pull the death card. I was like, no, it's horseshit. Like that's stupid. Because I rolled it once and you got thrown, and I was like, oh, well, how the fuck am I gonna work that into things? And you're like, no. I was like, oh, you have to pick what cards. You're like, all right. Well, I was like, all right, I'll re-roll it, and it's the skull, and I was like, God fucking okay. And then you're like, he's like, I really want to get the moon card because I want to Dragon Ball this. And I was like, all right, like, sure, we'll see what happens. And you roll, you get a 3. I'm like, you motherfucker.
I didn't even know what the 3 was
Yeah.
too, like at first, and then that's why you was so hyped when like you said it. And then I looked back and I was like, wait a moment.
Yeah.
After I got so hyped.
Yeah, bastard. You shitter. But yeah, so yeah, what other crazy moments do you remember that you would like to express?
Another thing was when everyone was about to damage each other. I do remember Mandy and I both in Black Marsh Keep,
Mm-hmm.
just because of we didn't get charmed, like stopping everyone actually from damaging or
It
hurting
was
each other.
she stopped Tovar from killing Jacob, and then you stopped anyone else from going after each other. Like you two having advantage of being charmed were able to like break out of it, and we're like, no, this shit stops here. And that was also a big character turning point for Rage as well.
Was it? I don't remember.
Yeah. It's because before that you were just like super hype of just like taking everything out and just being very like as a character like aggressive towards NPCs, and like you talk to Faust of like what is actually justice here. Because the party
that was,
wanted
like,
to put him 6 feet under, and you're like, no, I want to put him in a hole so people forget that he exists.
And that was also like during that time where you refused to like hurt your teammates, and that's
Yeah,
why you
yeah.
lost your eye and
That's
your
not
wings.
the eye and wings. Yeah.
Yeah, so it was like a really big turning point for your character where you're like, no, I'm not gonna fight. Like this is stupid. And you showed your true character, your colors, and then you stuck with that color throughout the rest of the campaign. It was, looking back, it was definitely your canon event where it set who you were going to be for the rest of the time.
You want to hear something really funny
What?
about that? I was like pretty fucking buzzed when that happened. And I was like, I'm not gonna fight my fellow like
this.
air croaker. Like, no, fuck, this is fucking stupid. And that's what I was like, no, I'm gonna take a fucking stand or a seat rather. And
Yeah.
that's what happened. Yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes it's the smallest things that push you in the right direction, you know?
Well, they call it true serum for a reason.
Yeah.
What was that fucking saying go? Drunk something, speak sober thoughts or whatever.
Yeah. Something
Well, my
into
character had to
inhibition.
knock yours out.
Mm-hmm.
Because if we both were gonna stand down, you really stood down. I'm like, well, fuck, he'll kill us both if I don't do something.
And then he just fucking punched him in the mouth. Just punk. Yeah, I did it. It's just,
Okay, I feel stupid. His drunk words speak sober thoughts.
yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. No, I do remember that one. I was like, oh, like because everybody else started doing like pulling back after I did that.
Yeah.
I don't know if everyone else realized that, but I noticed everybody pulled back, and then
Yeah.
when fucking Stealth was like, yeah, I'm not doing it either. Like, no.
It was like I
Reminded me of
said.
the car scene with what the fuck is his name? Oh no, sorry, it was Family Feud episode.
Yeah.
Yeah, where it was the Marine and some other guy. They were just shaking their head no,
Yeah,
wouldn't
just
answer, refuse to answer the question. Yeah.
Yeah. It was definitely a spark point for a lot of the characters, but for you it was like a major turning point, which was it's just interesting to see how it's evolved, and how it just kind of ended up, which is really cool. Anything else, Mr. Nez? Anything else cool in your brain? Any low points? Any other high points?
Uh, kind of like think. Nah. The low point was me getting what spooked out by that wine that I tried drinking way early on in the
Yeah.
haunted house.
Yeah. The, yeah, that's fair. Just the yeah, and you're like, ah, fuck, what the shit?
Why are you grabbing me?
Why are you trying to touch me? And she's like trying to punch it back into the wine. No, I don't want it. Which then brings us to Mr. Coverall, Mr. Rexus.
I mean, probably the original encounter with the BFG was one of the high points. That was pretty funny. Trying to remember other parts of the campaign that had. I mean, there were a lot of good points, but nothing I can remember right now. Of course.
All right, that's fair. I mean, you don't have to remember it's super hard. It's been 38 sessions. That's if we averaged about like 3 hours each. That's a lot of hours that we pumped into this. That was 924 hours we pumped into this campaign. So there's been a lot of shenanigans over the course of like the last year and a half. So
Yeah,
if you can't remember,
a lot of funny Boogle shenanigans.
Yeah,
There was a
yeah.
lot of, like, I mean, the museum was pretty funny.
yeah, the Mimic Museum, Nosh getting funked by Fausta when he rubbed cheese into his armor. There was like the resurrected orc heroine scene where she was running through the streets. You guys were trying to chase her.
That caused the whole cheese incident
Yeah.
in the first place.
It caused the whole cheese incident. Like the Mimic Museum, there was the Boogle stuff. There was the way you guys were role playing off each other, and like there was like some serious points, like Black Marsh Keep, which is a really big serious point. There's you guys having like a lot of moral quandaries with some other stuff. There's you guys like investing in the air service, and like so there's been a lot you guys have done that has really just stuck to the core of who you are. One of the things is like you guys stealing the spear from the fight with the Christian geologist and like accidentally setting it aflame and then having to outrun a fireball. You know, things along that line. But yeah, if you don't have anything, I would like to talk about a few cool stuff. So a couple of interesting things that I've seen just as a DM is that I've been doing this for a fuck long time. I've been doing D&D for like 20 years. I've been doing my own campaigns for like 15-ish, probably 16-ish now. But I've been doing this a hot fucking minute. I've homebrewed a lot of bullshit. I've made all these worlds for you guys to play in. I've made creatures and characters and all kinds of nonsense for you to just kind of jumble in and jump on. And it always surprises me when the way people just do roleplay for their characters. Because that's the one thing I always take away from these sessions is how you guys acted both as players and characters. Because there's really a hard time with some people where they can't do that separation, and it's usually out of most of the time it's sometimes the veteran players that have the biggest issue. Sometimes with the newer players they're able to just kind of like jump in, have the complete disconnection, and just like they play it out. It's not all the time, but usually it's pretty good. And being a DM for people who haven't played before, who it's because it's been difficult with people during the pandemic. A lot of people picked up the game, and there's a lot of people that shouldn't have picked it up. Just because it's difficult, it's hard. It is a hard thing to do both as a DM and a player. And you guys went through that ring of fire. You guys went through a bunch of, homebrewed stuff, whether it was like puzzles or balancing or encounters, and you guys just kind of were given open-ended prompts, which is really hard for new players. It's usually with new players you do modules or like very straightforward adventures where it's like an ABC dialogue option. You keep doing the thing, you go about your day, etc. With you guys, I was giving you guys like very open-ended things. It was like, what are you gonna do about it? How are you gonna do it? What's gonna happen, etc. And you guys just picked it up and ran with it. It's when there was a weird option I didn't think about, and you guys were like, hey, what about this? I'm like, fucking do it, roll, make it happen. We added a bunch of material and roles to it because people like doing it. We got rid of some stuff that was really kind of shit and wasn't really doing us a lot of favors. Like it's been the growth of the game, you guys as players, and that's been the big thing that's really stuck with me. Is that's one thing that sticks with me really tight to the chest, is seeing you guys grow as players and not just as characters, because characters can be developed over many different factors, whether it's hard choices, moral dilemmas, rising action, rise to the occasion, calling of destiny, stuff like that. But it's the players growing and being able to really accentuate what that is in a digital setting too. In person, it's a lot easier, but in digital, it's really fucking difficult. And you guys picked it up and ran with it. You kept building your characters. You gave yourselves your own dilemmas. You push yourselves out of it. You built that chemistry. You kind of found what stuck, what didn't. And that's just what made it fun. It made it good for me. It made it great for you guys to really just kind of bite onto it with both hands and just ride it out. And it's like I could talk about all the crazy shit you guys have done between the bridge toll people that you guys basically essentially intimidated into taking the right way in life. You kept catching them doing it, and you were like, no, you're doing, we're going to break your fucking legs. And they're like, all right, we'll leave. Well, it's fine. Let's whatever. To you guys making fucking jokes like Etheria's ass, how that started going on like the quest for Tovar, going to the northern areas and like having that whole situation occur. You guys have been patient when we had to do like improv to like fill things out or like make things a little easier or smoother, and just doing items and builds and everything. And like I didn't really flood you guys a lot of loot because I don't really find it super necessary depending on where you are. But like when you guys got it, like you didn't try to break it. You kind of picked things up, you used them when you needed to, you learned how they worked, you got curious. It's really nice to see. So I guess that's my general consensus, is that it was just good to see you guys come into a full-fledged campaign where you're going to be dedicating your time, dedicating your focus, and you just grew, and it was just so great to see it. It just makes me proud as a dungeon master. It shows that I still know what I'm doing, and I'm able to help you guys grow as both players and characters, and that it was great to see. It was wonderful. I had a great time with this. I hope you guys had a great time with it. Any closing comments before we close it out and close the book?
I got one more, and it deals with Nosh.
Oh, yeah?
We talked about a bridge. Remember how we left him with the troll toll?
Ah, yeah. Threw him to the troll to be the toll. Pretty
And
boy.
then she was like, I can't put up with you, and threw him back.
Threw him back. He talks too much. Be gone. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I just got one more.
Sure.
Cheers to a great campaign.
Yes, sir. Cheers to a great fucking campaign.
Indeed.
I've also was happy with how I was able to really lay the story out for you guys. Like Fausta turning evil, and you guys having to go through the redemption of that was interesting thing to see. It's
Oh yeah, and I gave him my gun. Oh my
yeah,
god.
you gave him the gun and you're like, "Oh yeah, take this." And he was like, "Thanks." As he's blatantly evil.
Yeah.
I didn't know.
That was the point. That was the twist, is that he's fucking evil. Congratulations. You know, it's what happens. But yeah. Cheers to a great fucking campaign. Cheers to a great first one for most of you. It's another feather in my hat of great things that I've run and done. And I am glad to have done it with you guys. And also became friends with you guys over doing this. This has also been fun as we've been hanging out outside of it and just doing fun shit together, which I hope we continue to do in the future. And with that, we close the book on the Siege of Etheria. Fucking 39 episodes. Holy shit. Well, been a fucking ride. But with that, we're going to end it off here. We're all going to go fucking hit the rack, get some sleep, get water, take a bio, you know, get a good sleep, and knowing that we have done what people thought wasn't really possible of running a digital campaign. And as much as all the naysaying that I got when I was doing this, people being like, "Oh, well, digital campaigns aren't cool. It's not face to face. It doesn't have face cams. It doesn't do this." I can tell you, I win. So that's what matters at the end of the day. So we are going to check out who to jump off to, see what the dealio is. See if there's anyone going on that I give a hell about jumping into.
I don't really have anyone.
I was probably gonna jump into AJ. He's currently going. He's one of the guys that I follow that also does D&D stuff that I jumped into. He's a good lad.
That's fair. I'm probably just gonna end mine because there's not really
You're fine.
much.
All right.
I'm matching what you have, so.
We're ending here.
Bye,
Thank you so
everybody.
much for being a part of it. And of course, our final goodbye, everybody.
Bye, beautiful time.
Bye.